almost down, you're back again. Still got me hoping. We're hand in hand, hold me up. Feels like a dream, your touch. Was it all to pass the time? But you had to leave behind. No apologies, no feelings lingering. Your shadow lives here in my head. You run through my veins, I'm frozen. The flashback, yeah, it goes back again. Your love is a chain unbroken. Your love is a chain unbroken. Oh, your love is a chain unbroken. We can rock with a rhythm. We can rock, 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 high. We can rock with a rhythm. We can rock, 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 high.
Come on.
sunset, or just the look in your eyes that shines so bright. Reach out over the ocean waves and try to come to life. Don't let go of the bright blue sky, because the future's looking far too light. Are you ready for a long dark ship to set sail and carry me through the starry night? Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the darks of moonlit worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine. Touchdown on the surface of my heart. The feeling's never gone. A brave adventurer like me. Members everywhere that I've come from. Keep your feet to the vacuum sky, cause it's surrounding us out here. Follow the trail of the stardust of the ones that came before us, and we'll see what we've always been there. Dream of me whenever you are feeling oh so lonely. Try to leave your fears behind. We are locked in an orbit racing round the darks of moonlit worlds that make a light. Keep your eyes on mine.
Won't you come over? Dying to know where you came from. We're breaking open. Feel like our future's just begun. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Waiting for no one. We're headed straight up for the sun. They'll never notice. We'll take these cities on our own. And all I know is that we lost time. If we stay right here, we could free ourselves inside. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. together. Just lead me into your world. We'll stay awake forever. We'll hide away where no one knows. Let's run away together on our own. Just lead me into your world. Falling on the ground, long day but we won't back down. One thing playing on our minds, long wait but we won't give up now. You crave the love I gave and we'll do it again. A cold night getting warmer now, the ground shakes as our love gets loud. We are the champions of the night. The champions of the night, yeah. Are the fighting tide, the ones that burn so bright. We are the champions of the night. And we don't make a sound. You crave the love I gave and we'll do it again. A cold night getting warmer now, the ground shakes as our love gets loud. We are the champions of the night. We are the champions of the night, yeah. The ones that burn so bright. We are the champions of the night. my face, smiling at the thought of a warm embrace. Looking for a friend that I can't replace. You might be the one, so I'm gonna say I've been on that love drunk prohibition, but thinking that you might be my new addiction. You can call it 2020 kind of you, 'cause we can quarantine just me and you. Cause we can quarantine just me and you. Find myself in another space, counting the days till I see your face. On my own, those feelings now erased. I'll say it one more time, just in case. I've been on that love drunk prohibition, but thinking that you might be my new addiction. You can call it 2020 kind of you, 'cause we can quarantine just me and you. Cause we can quarantine just me and you. Is this what I've been waiting for? 'Cause I'm feeling a little too comfortable. And I think it might be the perfect time. Yeah, to have a taste of my own advice. From places I've never been, in colors I've never seen, from places I've never been, in colors I've never seen, colors that I've never seen. 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 Is this what I was hoping for? To live by my uncertainty principles. 'Cause I think it might be the perfect time. Yeah, to let my head and my heart decide. From places I've never been, in colors I've never seen, from places I've never been, in colors
Sometimes it's gonna hurt. If you're ever gonna get that bad, then you better plan your attack.
You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger.
Hello everybody, this is SpanCargo. Whoopsie, there we go. Hello everyone, this is SpanCargo and I am here casting Lobby D for the round of 64 of PUBG Spark series. And I am so excited to be here for y'all today, and I hope we're going to have some really good games and to show you guys, and we're going to be starting very, very shortly. So these are quals right now. That means the top 8 teams from this lobby are going to move on to round of 32 after these 2 days of quals. Tonight we have 6 games, tomorrow we have 6 games. Tonight we are starting with Erangel. So 3 Erangel, 3 Miramar. Let's go ahead and take a look at our team list really quickly here. So there we go. Those are our teams for tonight. We have Axewound, Barely Not Legal, Epic Flank, Guadalajara Gascans, Nutters, Orion, Rare Chemistry, Rise Esports NA, San Diego Rarity, Silverline Esports, Slappers Only, Throwback Underrated, and Vertigo. And as per usual, you guys, if you guys have been in my chat before, if you guys are rooting for any of these guys, start the positive vibes now. If you guys have some copy pastas, put them on in there. If they have logos, put them on in there. Get it started now, especially because the first game is now starting. This is where it matters. So I'll see you guys very, very shortly. Let's get into this. As we can see here, our first plane is actually not as far south as possible here, but still pretty far to the southern side. Nobody's going to be able to go Stalber, Kameshki, Severnian, etc. for drop, starting all the way on the eastern side, directly above Milta Power, and ending right above Quarry on the west. A lot of these guys are already jumping on out here. I'll see if these guys will end up contesting each other. With this lobby, there was actually no drop spot channel, so based off this, I think a lot of these guys might not have any idea where each other are going. So we might see some hot drops like mentioned. We can see that Venerated actually went on ahead and took the vehicle from Orion, for example, here. Everybody else now already going on ahead and dropping here. They actually look like they've done a really good job of not landing on top of each other. And very, very shortly, we should be able to see our revealed zone. And right on cue, there it is. It's actually going to pull up to the northwest, up towards Georgia Pole, up to shooting range. So all these guys that are on the southern part are going to be making these rotations. So everybody over here on the eastern side are going to start making rotations to the north. You're going to see a lot of these guys driving right through Yasnaya and Stalber to try and get a spot inside the zone. Everybody else on the far side on the west are going to do the same thing, but on the opposite side on the west. Everybody else down the center, they're just going to try and send it up to the northern part as soon as possible. We can see a few of these teams are already over here, including Nutter. Let's go take a look at that. Looks like they went ahead, dropped for vehicles, and they're moving to go loot Georgia Pole. In the distance, we can also see Underrated here. Firefighter currently looting on up. They're just outside of Gatka. They're going to be able to go loot, grab vehicles, and make it to the north as fast as possible as well. So on a zone like this, I mean, there is a chance that it does pull back to the southern part or even actually cross this river. But a lot of these guys will actually take the risk of going far to the northern side. All these other guys, though, on the sides, like everybody already inside of the zone, they have a little bit of an easier rotation. I mean, since they're further in, they have higher priority, and we're going to see them leaving a little bit earlier than all these guys on the edge. These guys on the edge, they're going to be rotating right next to each other. We might see some drive-buying actually come into action, and they have less prio, so they're going to try much, much harder to try and get a spot inside zone that is playable for them. We're coming out on 3.5 minutes now in about 30 seconds. So around 4 minutes in, that is when everybody should be starting to make these big rotations. That's when I expect to see this team right outside Roshawk and Watertown, Axewound, to start making their movement. It looks like they're still looting for now. Hopefully they have some vehicles to get ready to cross this bridge. And as for everybody super far away, what they're going to do, they're not going to have any prio to try and get into the zone whatsoever. They're just going to go on ahead, lay back and wait for a while. What's interesting, actually, I'm going to go on ahead, click over here onto Orion. You can see that they actually have a really big split here. Two of them are down by Milta Power. And the other two, you can see Brooksas actually might be driving on up to them, are splitting Lipovka. Seems like they're going to be fine for now. I mean, nobody contested for it, so that is definitely a place to go on ahead and loot. I just wanted to point out because it's a little bit interesting. Usually teams do LMP split, which is Lipovka, Mansion, or Prison, or Shelter in Prison, but it looks like our team Throwback here ended up taking all of it. They wanted it all. Linksy currently the one inside Mansion. Oop, restricting the player in 1 minute is now 4.5 minutes in. This is where our early rotators should already be moving. As you can see, about 4 of these teams. Ooh, actually a lot more of these guys already moving as I speak. Moving on in now. Axewound being one of them. It looks like B&L, barely not legal, trying to go for the road at the same time. That Underrated is here. Looks like they actually went on ahead and stopped to go for a little bit of a scout. That is going to give B&L the perfect opportunity to go on ahead and get in front of them. If Firefighter doesn't go on ahead and spot that out, Palix might drive into a very bad situation here. As for everybody else and where they're going, it'll be interesting to see where they decide the prioritization goes. It looks like B&L not entirely crossing. Actually, we'll go to the shore for now. Firefighter, you could see from the feed, was putting a little bit of shots towards them, none of which hit, but very soon they're going to go on ahead and try and figure out where they're making a rotation to. It looks like they're actually scouting from this location. I don't think I've ever really seen this before. Usually I see teams decide to cross almost immediately. I don't think I've ever seen them try to use this down dip part to go for some sort of a scout mission, but I mean, it does look like BNL is going to be fine doing it. It looks like Pankill for Nutters did in fact get in front of them, but that's not going to stop Enan here from going on ahead and taking this compound. Ooh, Pankill coming on back here. Will he go for a little bit of a drive-by? Does he realize that someone's in here? And the answer is no. Pankill is going to be taken down from Enan here, and you can see Wade's now coming on in to join him. So I don't think Pankill realized, I don't think he heard the vehicles right on behind him. The rest of Nutters, you can see, are completely on the other side of the Spine Hill. Agala driving over to meet up with his other two teammates, Ripper and Jam, inside our Dice compound. As for everybody else, I mean, because these teams have now set up on these bridges, it's going to be very, very hard for the rest of these guys on this western side to get inside of zone here. At least to the northern side, everybody, they're going to have to be a little bit content playing on the southern side. And it looks like San Diego Rarity might start picking a fight with Underrated. All of them went on ahead and crashed onto the compound that Tadine currently resides. Firefighter trying to help from shooting from above. He got inside a vehicle. Let's see if he's going to drive towards to help. But it looks like Tadine 4 now is actually using this car as some sort of cover, as Rise is actually coming on up for a rotation. They really got to be careful here. They're about to drive into a bunch of teams. You can see Wartorium actually using the drive-by thing. It's so steady now, able to go on ahead and scout out those compounds below, try and see if there's any people. But on this southern side, while it does look like it's going to be hard to be able to cross all these bridges, we can see there are definitely a lot more teams on the eastern side. It'll be interesting to see if any of these guys end up running into each other. Looks like Epic Flank got Crosser, just a really nice compound to play, and one of them was gifted a care package. Let's go see what one of them has received. It might be Brandon Heat. Let's take a look. Oh, it's not actually for the gun. He does in fact have the level 3 gear, but it is Dr. Claw with the MK14 spotting out the rotation coming out from Throwback. You see trying to take some shots into Vegas. Oh, he hits once there, but not enough damage for a knock, I should say. The rest of Throwback now trying to get into a place to be able to play, or going to back up into that warehouse for now. It's just on the edge of zone. All these guys wanting to make an even further rotation here. You can see Slappers, for example, actually making a massive northern rotation with Orion right behind them. I expect the same things to come out of these teams down at the bottom, both Silverline and Gascans. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and go as far to the edge as possible. I think Silverline might actually be able to set themselves in a really good spot, being able to use this huge bridge from Georgia Pool and probably take one of these hills positions right on the northern side of the zone. Uh-oh. It also looks like Orion is about to run into Throwback. You see Broke Status here is actually in a bike. That's very dangerous with this new drive-by meta. Currently trying to drive away as fast as possible. Valiate and Venerated will both actually get a lot of damage onto him, down to 36 HP. Don't run into your teammate. Now about to drive straight up to Slappers. They have to be careful. He does not have time to heal as they're trying to find a spot to play inside the zone. Skazka even getting scattered, getting flipped over. Broke Status. Will you be able to go on ahead and save your teammate? It looks like the answer is yes, but you're at 36 HP. Just one more hit could totally end it. But it looks like they're going on ahead and residing in this little bunker for now inside this zone. At least they made that rotation. Do they have a fourth? Okay, they apparently do, but it looks like 23 is stuck a little bit further away, stopping inside Severny, but now going to continue on with the rotation. Let's take a look at the bigger picture once more right before the zone is about to pop. I mean, all these guys that get to the northern side will be fine in this zone for a long time. I will have to say nobody will going to bother them. All the fighting is going to be happening on this southeastern side, but here comes the zone pop. Oh, in the northern teams, I was saying they had all of the space in the world from each other, but it looks like the zone not going to give it to them, not going to the northern side, favoring the majority of the land above the water, is going to pull directly down to the south. This is exactly what Gascans are probably happy for. It also looks like they're going to go ahead and get a little bit of a present. Honey Badger now the second person with level 3 gear and an MK14 picking up his bike. Probably going to continue on with his rotation back to his teammates, and they get first pick on compound. It actually looks like SDR might have left these yellows And Gascans are going to go on ahead right away and backfill them. Everybody else now knowing that this is a hard shift immediately on the rotation here. Everybody get into their vehicles immediately. We can see that actually Orion is trying to shoot at Throwback right now as they're making rotation next to each other. They have to be careful here though, because as we can see that there's epic flank in front of them as well. You can see Brandon Heat taking some shots towards Throwback's team. Lynxie actually being stopped on this wall, spotting out Brandon Heat, going for the shots, getting him down very, very low, but he runs out of bullets. Not gonna get that knock. Brandon's at 1 HP. Any amount of damage would take him down. Don't even trip or breathe, honestly. It looks like one of the drive-bys will in fact be successful. Venerated being taken down by from Orion here. They're going to continue on their rotation. Looks like they're going for a long rotation, going up to Noli. Now, I wonder if they're going to continue around Yasnaya and take a bunch of blue damage. I mean, it is possible at zone 2-4 now, but that's not going to be an option for very long. As we can see here, everybody's still slowly making their way in. The entire center already jam-packed, and it looks like Rare Chemistry also wanting to get a little bit of a piece inside the center zone is going to go share Watertown with Axewound. Concept being the first one, doing a little bit of a drive-by. They probably looked at it, scouted it from afar before driving on over here. And luckily enough for them, Axewound was not spread out enough to see it all. What is this logo? Oh, I see. It's just very, very stretched. Anyway, as we can see, the zone now starting with its movement. Everybody else now needs to get inside this zone. And there's some contention already happening. Nutter's actually pulling on up to Rise's location. Ripper, the closest one here, he needs to be careful because literally there's someone directly beside him inside this church for Rise. It looks like he does now have some backup. Will they make this aggressive push, or are they going to stay there patiently for now? In the distance, actually, we can see a fight happening between Slappers and Barely Not Legal. Slappers, Corsac and Simply Matthias, and Hambino getting flushes onto Wazupi and Gas so far. The rest of B&L, where are you? Is just down to Enan here. Enan is the last one up. 1v3 at least situation. All four of them were up, but because all three of Slappers went ahead and pushed on over, Silas getting the last kill. Barely Not Legal is going to be our team out in 14th place. You can see that Silverline Esports also deciding they want to take their turn up on top of Everest, are now pushing on over. They definitely heard that fighting. They know what team is up here with them. What are they going to do here, especially on this new zone shift? Honestly, Slappers can play up here for a really long time, so if Silverline wants to take this position, an aggressive play would probably be in their best interests. And I think that they should probably do it before the zone starts pressuring them inside, because what you don't want to happen is it get stuck outside and take blue damage. We can see Jam here spotting out Chilla for Rise, getting the knock, currently watching it to make sure that he can get the flush, make sure that the push for the res doesn't come into play. Marked actually grabbing a vehicle, making it on over. Two of the members actually are in fact going to make it. Oh, Jam getting another knock actually onto Marked. He does have some vehicle cover for this, but I don't think they're going to be doing any pushing. So Wartorium now up, the last one up inside of the tower. His only job is to watch Nutters and make sure they can't push on over to his downed teammates. I know exactly where the rest of these Rise members are, but they're not going to be pushing anytime soon, especially because they have such a nice spot inside of the zone. You can see here, Epic Flank actually went on ahead, made it inside of Runes as well, taking the eastern side. Rise now needing to focus on two teams right beside them. I mean, Epic Flank, I mean, they definitely see all of this smoke. Let's go take a look at Chilla. Chilla over here already pushing on over, trying to spot people out. They hear the vehicles moving. Spotting out Badger here is going to do some damage to him, but not enough to even get him to half HP. Here comes some of the stuns. Probably just trying to dissuade any pushes from happening, but is still going to be taking some damage from the utility that they're now tossing on over. But with that, Big Flank is in fact going to back up, play a little bit safe inside of this very, very broken tower for now, and wait for the zone to come on ahead and close even more. You can see that Gascans, honestly, Gascans and Rarity they have really, really nice spots in the zone so far, and Nutters. So depending on where this next zone goes, I have a feeling that we might see some attempted crashes even, or probably just fighting as everybody tries to run in here at the end. It looks like our team Throwback, after losing one member, are now playing the very southern side, barely inside of zone. They're just waiting. Same with Orion here. All of them are still up, but are they split? Yeah, the other two now coming in now. They ended up making that huge rotation from Nolene all around Yasnaya Poliana. As you can see, it's probably taking its toll. Yeah, look at them currently with no meds on except 9 bandies right now. So in the same thing, 1 first aid left, barely any bandies. They're about to make it inside the zone at least. Throwback definitely heard their vehicle driving, but here comes the pop, and it actually popped around San Diego Rarity here. Let's go take a look at that a little bit more. So it's going to be underrated. San Diego Rarity and Gascans, all with really nice spots here. I'm actually a little bit worried for Gascans at this rate, because so many people are probably going to try and play inside Ruins here. That then the next thing for Ruins to do is try and push up onto these ridges, one of which is Honey Badger on here. I would also like to point out, I was ignoring it for a little bit, but sounds like they had a little bit of war music on. One of their vehicles playing a little bit of music. Definitely like it. Getting in the mood, waiting for people to now make it on over to them. Is this intentional? Looks like they're blocking off one of the doors as well. I wonder if that's some sort of a 5-head plan there. Looks like Vertigo now spawning out Epic Flank. Trying to put some damage into them. This is the time, right when you know that you have to make a rotation, this is the time to try and get any knock that you can, or at least do damage, make the armor go away, make them use meds. That kind of stuff. Right when they get enough knocks, that's when they're going to know that they're able to go ahead and move in efficiently. You can see Honey Badger already picking up the first kill for Gascans onto Mark from Rise, now spotting out the rest of Epic Flank as they make their push in. Vertigo, though, they were about to move, but were crashed into by Rare Chemistry. Rahel currently down. It does look like they have some sort of a kill as well. But now the rest of Rare Chemistry, just constant Scotch Dock. Oh, not even Scotch Dock as Adam takes him down. It's just down to constant. The last one alive for Rare Chemistry, driving by every single team possible, is going to be taken out, eliminated in 13th from Throwback. You see Throwback themselves actually taking a lot of damage from all these teams on the far side. Let's continue watching this fight inside Ruins as well between Rise, Esports, and Epic Flank. We can see Rise, they lost Marked from Honey Badger, but it looks like Epic Flank also in the same boat, losing out Dr. Claw. So it's a 3v3 situation here for now, but it looks like they're taking it a little bit slowly, watching as Axewound actually makes a rotation on their northern side. But let's go ahead and take a little bit of a wider look. Looks like they do in fact have some util left, but you can see even Chilla there is proning out right there, just waiting for them to go on ahead and for the push. Here comes Vertigo, though. They knew that Epic Flank was here. They're trying to do damage to them, but now Sambuca here, using his vehicle as the much-needed cover, was taken down super low, and Badger is going to get the down and the flush. Ooh, it looks like a trade did in fact come into play. EQSKZ getting it down on Brandon Heat, but it is going to be stolen from Nico's once again from Gascans. Gascans are just soaking up on all these kills around them. I said I was nervous about all these teams pushing onto their position, but it looks like for now at least, they're definitely getting a lot of third-party points in, and that is definitely necessary in a tournament like this. In these quals, you need every point possible. And now looks like Epic Flank is just reduced, is what I meant to say, down to null. Vertigo still having to come in. Rise now gladly holding out both of these teams as Axewound pushing aggressively onto the position of Nutters. You can see Agla up on the roof actually doing some damage, taking some damage from the members of Axewound as Cookie Jams is the first person to push aggressively up onto here. Let's see if that nade is going to go on ahead and do something. And it looks like it's going to explode in the air before it does. But that other one from Hades for Axewound is going to get the knock. Simply Matthias from Slapper is going ahead and stealing it as well. Looks like Vertigo Vertigo pushed onto Epic Flank as well. They're going to be the next team out. 10 teams left. All these guys on the edge still have to get into zone somehow. Let's go take a look at this remaining fight. Ripper now taken down as well. Nutters not doing so well, being able to hold their church so far. I think that means that there's only one member left. Is it Jam? It is, and he's actually running away, backing off of this. He knows that there's at least four people over there, and he doesn't want to be involved. If you can disengage and live successfully and get placement points, that's exactly what you need to do. They probably looked at the number of people of Alive 32 and knew they're not inside placement points just yet. On this northern side, it looks like Slappers, Corsac actually being taken down here on the rotation, being shot in the back a lot right now. There you go, Adam actually getting the flush onto Corsac here. It looks like Slappers wanted to capitalize off of Axewound being stuck just outside of zone, but instead we're torn apart a little bit. Only half of them are left. Ooh, a really nice knock for Simply Matthias, though. Getting a knock onto Cookie Jams. Now tossing out that nade. Will that nade do anything? Does a little bit of damage onto Parmesan. Getting the knock on him as well. And now it's down to Locke and Hades. But with that last spray, Slappers only is eliminated. Axewound, it looks like they're going to be able to at least res one of their teammates. This is phase 5. Nope, you gotta leave them. Actually, so they are reduced down to 2 as well. That fight was successful, but they're definitely at a disadvantage, especially because, as you can see, Gascans here just patiently waiting for everybody to be forced to push in from blue. They didn't move early enough, and now they're just soaking up all of these kills. 7 kills already, and Vertigo is right to the north. We're waiting for a few more. Honey Badger spotting him out, and Vertigo is also eliminated. We're now finally inside of placement points. Placement starts at 8th. We're at 6 teams left, and instantly Honey Badger spotting out Hades as well. You can say that they did, in fact, at least lose one member. Guadalajara Gascans did. Nico's out. But they have 8 kills. They're about to find another. There we go. Oldest getting the knock onto Locke here. That means it's just Hades left trying to do some bolt damage to these members. But Oldest, with a little bit of an overview, might be able to speak him out here. And that is going to be it. Honey Badger getting that last kill. Axewound eliminated in 6. And as you can see, Gascans with 10 kills total. 5 of which are Honey Badgers. On the southern side here, it looks like a lot of these edge teams, once again, not faring too well. Just down to G price for Silverline Esports here. Now going for the res, actually, onto FICO forward now, but you can see the Underrated definitely not wanting them to get the res, or trying to throw as much util as possible. But with that last shot from Underrated, looks like they just spotted the head of G price. Tadine is going to take them out with that headshot SLR. The zone once again pulling on up to the northern side. This has revealed our top 4 teams. You can see they each are sharing a third of this zone, with only the team right here, Throwback, are outside the zone and currently making a wrap. And I feel like SDR is probably going to go on ahead and spot them out first. They can go on ahead and make a large wrap over here. This is, in fact, playable with a little bit of ridge. But if they make that rotation, they're going to be running into some of gas if they don't move. It looks like Adam is actually playing a little bit of a spoiler, waiting all the way back here to try and see if anyone's making that rotation on this southeastern side, while the rest of his teams are further to the north. As for everybody else, so I mean, San Diego Rarity, they've had a really nice compound this entire time so far. It looks like it's going to continue on pulling to them. It looks like they're a little bit centered compound curse, though. 1 kill currently so far at the hands of Innate. Deadeye contemplating life right now next to his baby. He's just staring. Oh, Throwback! Actually getting involved, getting the down and the flush into Adam, and spotting out Oldless. Vegas is going to get that knock too, meaning it's just down to Honey Badger. This is what Throwback needs to try and push in here. Looks like Linksy did in fact get downed as well, so Throwback with 2, Honey Badger with 1. Currently trying to get the res onto Oldless though, so it's going to be a 2-2 fight on this eastern side. And you can see Honey Badger's already going on ahead and moving on out with that MK to try and spot these guys out before they can get any closer. There we go, spawning him out a little bit. Let's see if all these shots are going to be able to hit. We can see everybody else in the zone definitely interested in what's happening. Oh, a nice spray onto Vegas from Oldless is going to take him down, meaning the throwback is just down to Valiate. Honey Badger definitely aware of the vehicle noise coming from Underrated on their western side, trying to go on ahead and focus on this last member of Throwback. They know that they have to finish this fight up before they can continue to do anything else. Oldless here actually with no helmets. It definitely looks to be a little bit low. Ooh. But Honey Badger once again with that MK, that 6x MK is going to be doing a lot of damage. It looks like Oldless is trying to go on ahead, jump on over, but here comes Underrated. Alex actually stealing the knock on to Vegas. Let's see if Firefighter is going to spot out Honey Badger here. Firefighter has had some nuts kills in the last few days of scrims and tournaments that I've watched personally. So let's see if he's going to be able to pull it into this tournament as well. Definitely sees him here. The rest of his team further away. Oh, but Valiate is going on ahead and ruining it, potentially. Does Honey Badger know that he was shooting at someone entirely different? I have a feeling he does. There he is, jumping backwards a little bit, trying to spot someone out. But maybe Valiate missed. Let's go see what he's going to be able to do. Honey Badger's right in front of him. There goes the spray. Honey Badger right after getting the kill onto Valiate. Throwback eliminated. Firefighter is going to take that opportunity to strike, taking out one of them. But there we go. The trade comes through. Oldest gets that knock, goes for the down as well. So Gascans are going to continue living currently with 12 kills. A little bit of a punishment for Underrated. You can see that another one of them is currently down to SDR. All they have to do here, honestly, is push out and clean up. So even though they only have one kill right now, you can see that they're starting to be aggressive on this now. Now they know how many people are inside this zone. If they can get the rest of these kills inside here... Ooh. Oh, there we go. Innate getting another knock on Dean. I was going to say, if they get the rest of these kills, that's going to be 5 kills under their belt. And if they get the win, that's 10 points. So that is a 15-point game. Honestly, definitely not the best win that we've ever seen, but 50 points on a leaderboard. That's definitely a really good start. And there we go. Innate going on ahead and confirming those kills for his team. Now up to 3 in entirety. Down to just 2 solos. 1 for Underrated, which is going to be Palix. Over here, currently 2 kills for his team, and then of course Oldless for Gascans. He also currently has 2 kills for his team. Let's go ahead and see what they're going to be able to do here. The zone pulling up to the northern side, making San Diego Rarity leave the safety of their compound, but they should have vehicles this entire time. It looks like Oldless is trying now to do damage with Honey Badger's MK. Honestly, in a situation like this, if you see that there's 2, if you don't know, even if you know that they're on the same team, like the start of the sweep of an edge should happen. So as you can see, Deadeye has definitely went on ahead and starting to hold this edge, trying to go ahead and look around, see if anybody's moving. Innate doing the same thing, sweeping the edge on this western side. But I'm so nervous that they don't have anybody else with them. There you go, Innate spotting out the vehicle the Palix is at, tossing that nade. Let's see if that's going to be the end of it. It is going to do a lot of damage, down to 28 HP. Innate now definitely knows that Palix is there after starting to peek on over. There we go, a little bit of fire. Just 2 clicks of that Molotov will take him down. But instead another nade blowing up too far away from him. It looks like he's going to go and be able to heal. I don't think he has any more nades. No, he has one more, just one more nade, Innate. As you can see in the feed, that I was taken down by Oldless. I'm currently trying to throw out some smokes to get that res, but Oldless now taking this opportunity to push forward, spotting out Lucid Freak now at that tree. Oh, Palix actually getting involved, doing some damage to him as well. Will these solos take them each other out? Here comes the zone as well. Palix just barely inside the zone here. That nade once again not landing exactly where a nade needs it to go. And this is our last zone. See, I like Gwen CC's the only person really close to it. I mean, it's technically SDR that has the ownership of this zone so far, especially because they have the majority of it. I'm still worried. I feel like someone should have gone and met up with Innate to take out Palix. They knew exactly where he was. But now a 3v1v1 situation. I mean, if they keep taking 1v1s here, I don't know who's going to win. Unable to get the res onto Deadeye either. This is going to be another point for Gascans. I'm pretty sure they have like 13 now. Yeah, they do. 13 right now, and you can see that Oldest is definitely using the rest of his smokes as cover. He's completely out now. We'll really be able to get some of these sprays. Oh, Palix actually doing a lot of damage here, taking him out, and then the zone takes out Palix, meaning that San Diego Rarity will in fact win, but after not getting those last 2 kills, they're going to win with 3 kills. That is a 13-point game for San Diego Rarity. I mean, that zone just kept on pulling over to them at the end there, so they got a little bit center zone cursed. They didn't have to worry about rotations, and they got to be 4 up, but I have a feeling, I feel like they should have tried to sweep one of the edges to secure those last 2 kills, but they still got that win. Still a good start with 13 points, and we're going to go on ahead and get into our next game. We have 2 more Erangel games before we move on to Miramar. I'll be back very shortly with the leaderboard. See y'all soon.
Took one look and now you stare at me the same. It took one look, but you play me like a game. I can see. It took one look and now you stare at me the same. It took one look, but you play me like a game.
Hello, everybody. We have about 20 seconds left until our next plane comes. But hello, I am SpanCargo. I'm currently casting Lobby D for round of 16 of the PUBG Spark series. I think there might be a little bit interesting with the leaderboard. I don't think it's working right now, but let's go on ahead and actually try and take a look. No, currently it still does say 0 across the board, but I mean, you guys were able to watch it. I'm pretty sure who is in first right now should be Guadalajara Gascans, and I wouldn't be surprised if in second would be our team that won last game of San Diego Rarity. But, yeah, it does look like, let's go ahead and try this one last time, hitting the refresh button. Not working. Nope. So because of that, we're just gonna go on ahead and have to wait. Oh, actually, there it goes here. There it goes, actually. Okay, so there's the leaderboard for the entire leaderboard, the overall for Lobby D so far. So in first, it is Guadalajara Gascans with 18, then in second, Underrated with 13, San Diego Rarity with 13 as well. But with that, after a little bit of a delay, sorry about that, gonna go ahead and move into our game. If you guys want to see more details on that, just do exclamation point leaderboard. We can see our second zone here, our second plane path, rather, starting on the southern side below Military Island and ending up by Stall. Let's go ahead and see everybody's already having been jumping on out here. Confirming that the leaderboard does in fact work, but now let's go ahead and focus on this game. We can see here everybody slowly going on out to their usual spots, spreading out. Guadalajara Gascans going to their military drop once more, and Slapper is actually joining them. I wonder if we're going to see some aggressive gameplay coming out there, especially once the zone has popped. You can see it's gone a little bit further to the eastern side, centering around Epic Flank's position in Yasnaya Polyana. So Slappers definitely are going to want to try and use this bridge on the eastern side, but it looks like they might have a little bit of congestion with the Vertigo. It'll be interesting to see if they try to hold that bridge. I have a feeling they wouldn't want to, especially because it's out of zone. But from there, will Gascans try and use the same rotation? As for everybody inside of the zone, we can see Orion once again being 2-2. Some of them in mini Milta Power, and the other two going on up to Lipovka. I mean, I wonder if Throwback or ever going to go on ahead and realize that, but so far they just seem happy going on ahead and looting Shelter, Prison, and Mansion. Everybody else now in their spots. I mean, we could see Rise and Underrated here dropping a little bit close to each other. Do seem to be fine in the end. I think they ended up kind of fighting for a vehicle up here. It looks like Chilla does have a vehicle of their own, and I believe it's one of our Underrated members that went ahead and took the other one. They should also have some spawns over here, so they'll definitely be able to make some rotations. They don't have to go too far because of where the zone currently sits. So this lobby, I will also point out, I mean, you guys can see it up here, 14 teams. There was not enough teams signed up for all the lobbies to have 16, so our Lobby A has 15, but then the rest of them has 14 teams. And I already mentioned it while the leaderboard was up, though very fleetingly. These guys want to be in the top 8 by the end of their qualifying games, and they have 12 of them. So after 12 games, the top 8 will move forward to the round of 32. Whew, so today, I mean, we're only on game 2. We have so many more tonight and then 6 more tomorrow. So much potential to catch some epic fighting here. We can already see coming on up at 4-minute mark. We should start seeing this movement happening very, very shortly. I will say that a lot of these center compounds right now are completely open. I wouldn't be surprised if someone tries and goes and joins Epic Flank inside of Yasnaya Polyana here. And I wouldn't be surprised if we might see some crashing into these more likable positions. I'll also say now that everybody should be starting to make these rotations, this is the part where I start to get a little bit nervous for some of these guys who are super split up, specifically Throwback in this position side of this zone. I mean, at any moment now, if they continue to stay split up for too long, a crash could happen from an entire team wanting a spot. It does look like Venerated is, in fact, going up and meeting up with Lynxy, but the other two, Valiant and Vegas, inside of Shelter and Prison, I'd hope they're going to go ahead and make a move on quite soon as well. See the early rotations coming on in now as it's now hitting almost 5 minutes. Everybody in this lobby seems to be a tiny bit slow here. I mean, also saying that a lot of these guys are very far on the edge, and they probably want to go ahead and wait a bit longer. It looks like Locke from Axewound actually driving on by. Rare Chemistry is going to take a little bit of damage, only down to 76 HP though, and is going to survive, going on ahead up onto this hill, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to take this moment to scout. It looks like that 2 seconds is going to be enough confirmation for Locke here, and they're going to pull on in and secure this compound for their team. I mean, this is a really nice compound, as you can see, for this zone shift. If this goes into Yasnaya Fields, they can just stay here on the edge until they have to go a little bit further in. I won't be surprised if they try and scout potentially further into Yellows or take this compound on Wizard. This is usually a really nice split, taking this compound and splitting with someone over inside Wizard Tower inside of the zone. Yep, here comes everybody slowly moving on closer. You can see Orion pulling on up from Lipovka and the Powers taking these compounds, but Rise trying to take them at the same time from the north. It looks like Broke Status is in fact going to make it inside of the garage first. Fox realizing, pulling up just in time, only to take a little bit of damage onto himself before being able to turn it around quite quickly here. It's really good for Fox now, going on ahead, making a big loop-de-loop before meeting up with the rest of their teams further up north in this zone. We can see in the distance that there's also some knocks happening further away. Rare Chemistry getting a knock onto one of Axewounds. You can see locked down in the distance. All of Rare Chemistry still up and kicking with that 6X SKS. I wonder if he's the one that got that knock. I didn't see who did it. But let's go ahead and watch that very closely, as Volcano now is going to go on ahead and keep their attention on that compound to the northern side. I like what Hades is doing a little bit here, going on ahead and actually playing up out of the compound on this hill. I mean, I bet that Rare Chemistry won't entirely expect it, and if they move out like Snake Eyes is actually doing right now, this will be a very good sight line for Hades to have. I mean, and if they're not expecting, if they stay still for any second, Hades could go on ahead and get a knock here, especially with that 6X Mosin and Dakan. You can see waiting there very patiently for it to happen. Also, with this position being taken here, it's going to go on ahead and ensure be a little bit of an audio cue for anybody that tries to go on ahead and pull up on them from their western side. So it's a little bit like an alarm bell. Everybody else now making their rotations even further in. We can see that there's a little bit of a traffic stop down here by this road, by New Compound, and on top of Funnel. This hill is called Funnel. We can see barely not legal Wades currently sharing it with some of San Diego Rarity, Lucid Freak, and Gwen Stacy. They're currently driving around in their vehicle. I wonder if they know that they're there. So take a look at what Gwen Stacy is looking at, coming right up on Wades. Needs to be very careful here. Is not looking in the correct direction whatsoever. And with that spray coming into place, Wades is going to go on ahead and secure that for his team. Looks like barely not legal now after picking up that nice kill. They're going to go on ahead and take this opportunity to make a move even further up onto Funnel. Looks like they're leaving a few of them behind to actually hold the hard cover of New Compound for now. And Vertigo went on ahead and pushed out, taking Junkyard and Trophy. As for everybody else still making their way in, it looks like Gascans now pulling on up. It looks like Silverline are going to be the other team outside of zone once again. Slappers were the other team that was on Military Island with Gascans, and they're already very, very far up, actually making a huge northern rotation once again, very similar to last game. And it looks like they've been completely fine so far. This entire eastern coast has been free. Oh, y'all saw a crate there and it just disappeared, didn't you? Interesting. Oh, it is there, but not on my screen. Huh. Who needs a crate anyway, am I right? Oh, it's empty. Oh. Did one of the slappers take it? Ah. Yes. Looks like Corsac from Slappers only went on ahead and took it. It doesn't look like he has the gun for it though, but he definitely has that ghillie and that armor. Definitely going to give him a leg up on any fights he's going to be involved in later on. And now it looks like no longer wanting the entire eastern coast are going to try and find a better spot further inside. And I mean, as all of this is happening, as per usual, some knocks are coming out right now. Once again, it looks like Axewound actually getting a little bit of revenge onto Rare Chemistry, getting a knock onto one of them inside of Volcano. And then it's Lock trying to push off Nodders from crashing, spraying at them as they're making their rotation. Are they taking this Wizard Tower? It looks like Jam and Ripper have bikes. And it looks like Yellows is also still free, but instead of taking that, instead of going on ahead and watching that, they're going to take these bulls. Oh no, they want the spot that BNL is at. You can see Enon already pushing on up to this hill to try and get right up underneath them as they peek on over. The first shots have already been out there. Enon trying to make a rotation on this eastern side. Here's them getting in their vehicles. Are now pushing. See if he can catch one of them out. Spots out Ripper with that headshot. He's going to go on ahead and get that down. Taking a little bit of damage from far. Going to be completely fine, though. We can see teammates now throwing out some nades. Trying to go on ahead and get the flush onto Ripper. Unable to get to his bike fast enough before that knock ended up coming through. See the rest of Nutters now trying to save their teammate desperately with all the smokes that they have. It looks like that was the last one for him. This smoke line is a little bit of a blob more than a line, but I mean, this will hopefully give Ripper the ability to crawl back to them, at least to a little bit more safety. And it looks like BNL not entirely interested anymore. Is pulling off except for one, and that nade once again landing on Ripper is going to be doing a lot of damage. Agala take a little bit of ring around to Rosie, will actually start getting the res onto Ripper, and it looks like Enon now finally losing interest in them, or shifting their attention to the rotating Orions directly to their south. I mean, speaking of the south, this is definitely pulled very, very far to the south, a hard shift coming into play here, and all these guys having to make their way from the northern side. It looks like Silverline's huge rotation not quite working out for now. Slappers though with a really nice position. Same with Gascans. I mean, this again, a huge pullback actually happening for Gascans again, definitely putting them in a really, really nice spot. I also have to point out this is a really nice split. This split is usually really good to play. Vertigo here is actually splitting Trophy right here, this compound, and Alamo. You can see Rahel and EQSKZ over here. Definitely hard to hide your vehicle tires, but it looks like they're doing it successfully so far, and from there, they're going to be able to control the very center of this zone. The next fight we're probably going to see is some fights between Gascans getting involved with everybody around them. I mean, they're so spread out. Look at them. Nikos all the way on the western side, Oldest all the way on the east. That's absolutely nuts. It looks like Orion, after making their huge rotation, ended up going and choosing this bull here. I mean, 4 of them are still alive. They have the hardcover of their vehicles, and that's about it. But they're going to be fine for now. And not to mention, I wouldn't be surprised if this zone actually pulls to them, so... Hades, coming into play here with that Mosin. It was going to happen eventually, getting another knock onto one of Rare Chemistry. At this point, I feel like they're just living to bother each other. It looks like Axewound will have enough armor to be able to continue to trade out their stuff, though, so it's not always completely broken. As for Rare Chemistry, it seems like it's the same. Scotchak just getting res. He does have a very broken helmet, but he might be able to go ahead and find his own as well. I see that Nutter's actually turning around, getting a knock onto one of Axewound as well. Currently getting res by his teammate Cookie Jams. The zone, oh my goodness, the zone can't make up its mind. First to the south, now to the north. All these guys who sent it all the way down here have to go ahead and turn back. As you can see, Pankill for the Nutters are going on ahead and taking a little bit of an adventure over to these yellows. These yellows is where I thought they were going to go first before they went into that bowl. And now Pankill finally arriving here is going to be like, hey guys, this hardcover over here, yeah, it was open this entire time. So they're going to go ahead and take that. And also looks like Rise catching Silverline on their rotation here is going to take down G-Price at least. Oratorium actually holding onto a mutant and a barrel here. I definitely haven't seen a mutant really being played, but as the rest of these shots are coming into play, we can see that Chilla getting a down and a flush onto Brutal. That means there's only 2 more members of Silverline Esports left, and that is going to be Red, Rida, and Fico. We can see Slappers though, Corsac getting a knock onto one of them. Red Rider currently down. Slappers, they want these kills. They haven't fought anything just yet this game, so they're definitely looking for blood. Looks like Red Rider is in fact going to, I was going to say bleed out, but actually is going to be flushed out from Hambino on the other side. Slappers, looks like they're going on ahead and prioritizing getting into zone a little bit, especially as Rise is starting to take shots towards them. Oh, and they're actually eliminated. Hambino actually killed Fico, not Red Rider. So they're going to be our first team eliminated. Now we have 13 teams left. I can't believe I missed that. So it looks like Old List for Gascans was the last one making rotation out, and he's currently being chased by a lot of members of SDR here. I wonder if they're going to try and go for some sort of a drive-by, but it looks like Old List is going to be able to be successfully getting away for now. But where's the rest of SDR going? Oh, don't spin each other out. Wait, are they losing a member? It looks like I Love Gwen Stacy was actually taken down for SDR. Oh, we watched that. He died on funnel. So as the 3-man, they're going to go on ahead and make the rotation. They're probably going to try and play this bull directly underneath Throwback. Let's actually take a look at that. That is exactly what they're doing. Pulling right on up to this huge dip underneath Throwback. They have to be really careful here because as you can see in the distance, Slappers, if they get into any sort of a position up onto this ridge, they're going to be able to spot San Diego Rarity out. As for Throwback, I don't think that they really have much to be able to do here. I mean, you can see that they have some util, but they can't really overpeak this. They don't really want to overpeak that such a steep hill, so... And they don't really need to either. They can coexist there for a while. Seeing the distance once again, the Nutters actually getting involved, getting even more knocks, getting a knock onto one of the Yaz team's Epic Flanks, currently down. Doesn't look like they're going to get the flush onto Badger though. Once again, the zone going on ahead, moving, being a little bit more centered, but still favoring the northern side. I mean, it's just so hard for all these southern teams to get in here after this next one, and it looks like Gascans are already going on ahead and trying to make this rotation anyway. Let's see if they're going to be successful. Skazka, though, getting the down onto Old List as the shots continue to ring out from Vertigo. I'm definitely trying to spot them out here, and you can see that the guys even in Alamo are trying to spot them out, and there they go, crashing onto the position. Oh no, Rahel actually, it looks like he was trying to play out here. I was about to say, where's our second member from Alamo? And it looks like he was trying to play this dip, and Gascans went ahead and just took it from him. So it's still going to be a 3v3 for that team if they try to get involved with each other. It looks like BNL getting knocked from Rare Chemistry. They're going to get the res onto them, and on that is going to be Rare Chemistry's opportunity to start making a rotation in as well. They can definitely play the ridge right beside BNL inside of these hills very, very nicely, and it looks like that's exactly where they're going. It looks like Rise being a little bit aggressive to their teammates. Currently got the down, now getting the res though. But they have to be quick because here comes Slappers on the rotation. There you go, you can see that Mark definitely spotting out Corsac, trying to go for spray onto him with that barrel. So far not hitting anything quite yet, but it's going to be I Am Linksy from right below them, getting a knock onto Silers. Oratorium getting the spray onto one of them as well, but instantly getting traded back. I think it's only simply Matthias and Corsac left as Throwback get involved, taking a lot of these kills. And Linksy with that last headshot is going to take down Corsac as well. How did he even see that from here is what I want to know. He's absolutely nuts. But it looks like he won't be able to continue on trying to fight that though, because here comes SDR finally coming out from their hole and pushing onto his position. We can see in the distance that the fight with Slappers has finally finished, and now Rise can go and try and get these reses. A lot more fighting happening in the center as Vertigo and Rare Chemistry are crashing into each other. And that's going to be it as well. It's going to be Rare Chemistry that wins that spot, only losing Scotch Duck for now. Are you guys getting these reses? Yep, it looks like the reses are in fact coming out. As for the fight inside Heaven and Hell, looks like Vegas currently breaking some doors. It doesn't look like he has any more nades. Does Lynxy is the question. Looks like he has one more nade, and that's going to be it for offensive util. When he's going to go on ahead and actually pop it. See a nade kind of creeping up from the distance. Let's see if that nade's going to do anything. But it's unfortunately going to miss the door. I mean, these guys are just going to be able to play in this one story for a while, and it looks like they're actually going to be in a fight before they're going to be able to go and make a rotation into zone. Once again, zone cinching directly around yellows is definitely putting them in a pretty position. Looks like N8 can't entirely provide cover for his teammates inside of that one story. As you just saw, he was getting shot at by Rare Chemistry as well. All these guys on the edges are going to be trying to make these rotations on in. Epic Flank probably going to try and make a rotation towards Axewound. Barely Not Legal making rotations towards Underrated. Same with Gascans. Gascans might crash onto Rare Chemistry, honestly. And a bunch of stuff like that. It looks like Rye is actually going to go ahead and take this dip as well. They can probably get involved in this fight. And 8 being taken down by the Rare Chemistry team means that it's just down to Deadeye and Lucid Freak for SDR. And they can definitely hear that they're on the roof. Here we go, Deadeye now holding this angle, knows that Throwback is trying to get involved. Lucid Freak as well, trying to hold that angle, but with that Lynxy with the headshot is going to take down Deadeye at least. Oh, and he does get a knock on a Lynxy, but Vegas is there to back up his teammate and get the trade, taking down SDR in 10th place, excuse me. That means we have 9 teams left. It looks like Throwback now with 5 kills are going to continue on with all 4 members up. They can now go on ahead and focus on fully trying to get inside zone here. You can see that Venerated and Valier already pushed on out to try and figure it out themselves, taking some shots towards Rare Chemistry and Gascans. Here comes Epic Flank as well, pulling on up to the bull that Rise currently occupies. I wouldn't be surprised if you just spotted those vehicles. Do they know that they're there? And there it is, Marked getting involved with a little bit of a snake play, getting the down and the flush. Running out of bullets though, taking Noel down to half HP, trying to continue to shoot towards him, but doesn't know exactly where he is. Can Fox help from afar? It looks like they know. Chilla down to 5 HP as well. Noel now tossing some nades is going to get a knock on to Marks. You can see in the distance that another fight right beside these guys are coming into play. Epic Flank kind of pushing off of this as Throwback is down to 2 members as well. Vegas trying to do his best and do some damage to Gascans as they make this very hard push. See Honey Badger barely using that ridge there. The rest of them, only 1 left to be res. The other one already went ahead and bled out. And that's going to be the last one, as well as Nikos is pushing on forward. Gascan's also down to 2 members, trying to use as much util as possible. And from behind, RC getting involved, taking both the last members up. Gascan's very low. And it looks like Rise, not wanting to get in a fight with Epic Flank, are going to go on ahead and try to capitalize off of this. There we go. Looks like Fox spotted out the head of one of the Throwback teams. But Lynxy going to get the knock onto Chilla, using that AK once more. Just leaves Fox. Not really being able to see them. He's going to go on ahead and prioritize getting the res onto his teammate as the continued fight between Throwback and Gascans continues. I mean, just all of the mollies and all of the util possible, all of the healing. It looks like Nikos himself doesn't have a helmet anymore. Honey Badger barely has a vest. And it looks like Rise Esports is going to continue to be pushed on from Throwback. Fox now the last one up. Spotting out Lynxy. This means there's one last. Spotting out Vegas as well. But Vegas is going to win that fight with 82 HP. But here comes Epic Flank. That is going to be the end for Lynxy. Throwback now at 1 person up. In the distance, you can see Honey Badger getting away from this for a bit. Is now actually in a fight with Barely Not Legal, who just took out their previous foes of Rare Chemistry. There you go. Nikos with a really nice knock onto Wade's, going for a little bit of a flush, but not entirely. Knows that he's now the last one up, and there's a lot of people on this side of the zone. Once again, taking a look at how this has shifted, we can see Axewound trying to get inside here. It also looks like Underrated is making a very large rotation to the northern side, but all these other teams, their only option... Oh, I tried clicking on him, but he was already dead. Their only option is to try and make a rotation to the north on these edges. See, Barely Not Legal taking out Gascans means it's just Richie and Gats left. Just trying to figure out where to go. I wouldn't be surprised if they go and try and take out Vegas and then get in a fight with Epic Flank. We can see Nutters, though. They have the center of the zone for a very long time. Are trying to capitalize off of their positioning as well. Agala spotting out the BNL members, throwing a little bit of bullets with that 6x SKS towards them, but nothing more. And we can also see by the number of kills they have why they're being so aggressive. Currently, center zone gifted, but center zone cursed at 0 kills. They're wanting to extend here and try and clean up and third party as many kills as possible, so they definitely get the most out of this gifted situation. The zone gifted situation. Underrated also now trying to peek on out, doing a lot of damage. You can see he gets a knock into Dean. Oh, I mean, it's a lock, but instantly getting a knock back onto them. Palix now slowly bleeding out. Looks like Axewound is also going to be down to 1 member left. And that is going to be Hitman now trying to throw some smokes to get into zone where Agala is actually currently pushing on out. Will he see them? And it doesn't matter. Pankill is going to go on ahead and get that last kill. Underrated eliminated in 6th. So we have 5 teams left. The zone shifting once again, actually pulling off of Nutters, but still on them, still giving them a really good spot to play off of. Honestly, I don't know how Axewound is going to get in here. The only thing that they're going to be able to do is that they push far to the northern side, try and cross this road on this lower end and fight Epic Flank. All of these teams are going to be fighting each other trying to get into zone here. Epic Flank, I mean, Axewound has to push Epic Flank. Epic Flank has to push Throwback, and Throwback has to push Barely Not Legal. And it looks like Axewound not entirely realizing that that's the only play that they have. Stuck at their very limited hard cover, is going to have 2 knocked from Nutters, just leaving a lock left for them. I mean, here comes a bunch of util. Looks like it is going to, in fact, do a lot of damage to Lock, but he's not going to be able to do anything as his teammates are flushed around him. Now making rotation out, spots one of them, gets the knock, but instantly traded out by teammate Pankill, getting the res now. Based off the zone, once again, you can see Ripper holding the inside of the building. It looks like BNL trying to play far to the south, and Vegas for Throwback trying to play as sneaky as possible on the edge of the zone. I mean, he's just waiting for Epic Flank to make this rotation. He definitely spotted out Jam. Here comes the nade being tossed over there. Vegas with the nade is going to get the knock after some damage as well. Here comes the next nade to try and for the flush. It doesn't quite work, but now Noel knows exactly where he is. A 1v1 situation. Here comes BNL from the south. It looks like Vegas very, very smartly using the smoke as the cover isn't going to be able to spot him out, so Noel is going to push over and get the kill onto Vegas. I thought for sure that BNL was going to be able to see Vegas there, but he definitely used those smokes to his advantage, but Noel was able to catch him out. Now the last one up for Epic Flank with 3 kills in total. Here comes Nutters. I mean, just look at this. The road, not evenly split in half, is just totally giving a lot of this advantage to the guys on this western side. Everybody on the east, they don't have too much to play, and there's currently 2 teams over there, technically 1 team on the western side. Once again, it's going to be a 4-man versus very broken teams. One of them a 1-man for Epic Flank, and the other 2-man for Barely Not Legal. You can see Nutters did in fact spot out the members of Barely Not Legal, tossing a nade out that will actually be enough for a down onto Richie, meaning it's just Gats left for Barely Not Legal. A 4-man versus a 1v1 situation. Looks like Ripper and his teammates are entirely focusing on trying to make the rotation onto BNL. Let's see what he's going to be able to spot out here. There's so much smoke in front of them right now. He doesn't want to push too aggressively. Currently decked with that barrel 3x, waiting for his teammate to get a little bit closer before trying to shoot into the smoke. It looks like it working. Gas down to 44 HP, but we can see them still making rotations around him. Pancake actually prone right beside. He's waiting to see if he can see anything from through the smoke. But they have a little bit longer until this smoke dissipates. Pancake, though, being very patient, slowly crawling on forward. It looks like they might be out of smokes. Richie B now taking the opportunity to heal. Yeah, out of smokes completely. No more meds as well. And lined up. Pancake with that scar is going to eliminate Barely Not Legal. That means the entire four-man of Nutters are going to be able to push on the Knoll of Epic Flank, getting one down, but there goes the trade. Nutters wins our second game on Erangel for Lobby D with 7 kills. So that is a 17 points game. That was definitely a very hard ending for everybody to be able to play there. There was just barely any cover. They could only create it with the vehicles that they had, and then they had to go on ahead and play all of their gun play very, very nicely to be able to get the advantage on the teams around them and just take their positioning. So definitely a lot of props to the teams that were able to stay alive for so long. But let's go on ahead and get into our last game of Erangel tonight before moving on to Miramar for day 1 of round of 16. Round of 16. I wish. Round of 64 qualifiers. Be right back, yeah.
Just keep breathing now, don't run away. We can still figure it out. Why do I do this? Why do I push you down? I'm reaching out. You think that I wanna let you go? Well, look at me and your ice and bones. I wish that I knew what was wrong. What's wrong? You tell me, I don't know why I do more harm than good each time I let you. You turn to stone like I'm a Medusa. Need my eyes so low before we both break down. 'Cause I'm Medusa. Medusa. Keep moving, don't wanna meet your eyes, 'cause something's wrong. Feels like your love is alive. Stop and think, maybe you're the bad guy. You say it's me, but why? You think that I wanna let you go? Well, don't know why I do more harm than good each time I let get you. You turn to stone like I'm a Medusa. Need my eyes all out before we both break down. 'Cause I'm Medusa. Medusa.
I think it was a Honda, a 99 that we drive and play Nirvana. It never started right away, it didn't wanna let me get too far from here. I was still too young to realize that these summertime drives, they don't last your whole lifetime. I think it was a Honda, I run another light to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. You protected me, you were my sunscreen.
Hello everybody, once again this is SpanCargo and I am casting Lobby D, a round of 64. There you go, almost did it again, didn't I? For Spark series. Really excited to be here. I want to thank you guys so very much for being here and supporting these teams and me. I absolutely love seeing the energy happening in the chat right now, but without further ado, let's take a look at those scores. So these are the scores from our last game. So game 2, and you can see the total amount of points for each of them. Nutters with total of 17 after their win with 7 kills, but more importantly, let's go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard after it loads. You can see Guadalajara Gascans still in first place with taking first place, there we go, with 27 total points. And second is Throwback with 23, Nutters with 19, Underrated with 16, Axewound 15, Barely Not Legal 13, and San Diego Rarity with 13 as well. Just a reminder that these guys have to be in the top 8 if they want to qualify. Oops, and I missed one actually. Slappers only in 8th right now with 10 total points. I'm so used to everybody being on the left side of this screen here, but we're about to go into our last Erangel game here for day 1 of qualifiers. Let's go on ahead and take a look at that plane path. If you guys want to go on ahead and take a look at this for a little bit longer, do exclamation point leaderboard in the chat. Here we go. Once again, taking a look at our plane. We can see that it's once again very far to one of these directions. We didn't end up getting a nice plane path that was able to fully spread out across this map. I mean, this one is definitely a bit better, but pulling on over to the eastern side here, starting from the very southern part, ending up by Severny once again. I think this is actually very similar to the last plane path that we had. So once again, I have a feeling we're going to see everybody in the same positions. But this time, instead of pulling up to the north around Yasnaya Polyana, it's going to choose to be a military zone. So definitely really interesting to cast and watch. But I know all these guys, after taking a look at where the zone went, there was an internal groan. Probably everybody except Slappers and Gascans actually right now. Definitely very, very hard to try and get a rotation on over. Oh, it looks like Chilla actually spotting out one of the parachutes, still slowly making its way down to the ground from the team right beside him. Oh, I don't know if you're going to hit with that one, but he tried to go on ahead and get a knock on a Palix who was flying through the air, and it looks like it's not quite going to work out. Oh, these other teams now just landing on the northern part, so that's definitely especially hard. So the zone started on the southern side and ended to the north. and the zone pulls to the southern side. That means everybody on the southern side who got to land early also gets zone priority, so they're going to be able to move after looting for technically longer, and all these guys on the northern side are just going to have to wait to figure out to get inside zone, and they won't have as long. I mean, definitely, that's what it is. Whenever the zone pulls very, very far away from you, you wait. Especially on military zones. So underrated, Rise, Esports, both those teams are furthest north teams on the zone. They're going to be up there for quite a while. I wouldn't be surprised if they come in with blue on their backs. But also, with that being said, it'll be interesting to see how these teams come in here. I know a lot of teams might try and go for some boatations. Maybe you will be able to see some teams start using those ferries some more as well. It's just a question of who and where. I mean, definitely, I feel like Orion here will probably go on ahead and take their boats that's currently over here on the beaches. I mean, probably the smartest play for them, especially currently being held out by at least one team from Milta. It's Vertigo holding them out, so probably going to go on ahead and take that boat to make their own rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if SDR, if they either decide to take this ferry, take that boat, or take some vehicles, maybe even take the cliff jump off strategy to get just into the very northern part of the zone as well. The jump strategy is when you have all 4 members go to this little lip here, send 2 in the water, 2 swim across. Once they're very safely across here, the other 2 will go on ahead and follow. Why they do some waiting instead of sending all 4 members into the water at once, doing that is just like inviting teams to try and like shoot fish out of a barrel, basically. So with them leaving some people behind on land, that'll provide the cover for their other teammates to make a rotation. But it looks like they might go for some boatations here. Once again, 4.5 minutes in, everybody's starting to make their early rotations, especially on a zone like this. We can see Silverline coming out of Ferry Pier and moving barely not legal for right behind them. And it looks like Vertigo from Milta coming on in and actually taking the crossroads here on the other side of this bridge. Right now, it's only M Clean there. The rest of his team actually moving even further to the western side, probably to take these compounds, probably this hill as well. Let's take a wider look at what everybody else is doing. All the prio teams, actually, even Gascans, who had the center the whole time, you can see that they're slowly spread out right now. I wouldn't be surprised if they try and take a bunch of space on the center here, since they've been here for so long, and wait for the next zone to pop. But I think maybe they're too late. 3 of them still currently in the very center of this zone. Now just making some movements. I don't know if they'll be able to go get the exact spots that they'd originally want now after waiting for a little bit. Nope, it looks like San Diego Rarity are in fact going for a boat tail. Let's come and pop back up. Hello. Going to successfully make it across. Very easy peasy for them. Nobody here yet to go and bother them and stop that rotation from happening. A lot of these teams still far to the northern side. We can see that Orion are in fact taking their boat to start making a large rotation. And actually the Lipovka team, we can see it's Throwback doing the same thing and starting a botation. Both of those are Esports spawns boats, so definitely knew that that was an option from the beginning, and that is the strategy that they decide to go with. As they drive on in, though, it looks like they're going to have to be wary of Slappers. Hambino here actually going to be a little bit of a thorn in their side, isn't he? Currently just waiting here to see when boats are going to be making rotation. I doubt he'll shoot at them until they're very, very close, and then be able to do a lot of damage to them. And as for our boatating teams, what needs to happen is Orion and them slowly moving on in. If Orion stops short anywhere before Throwback, that's really bad for Throwback. Throwback can't really boatate around anybody who stopped on the edge of the zone here on this land, because they'll take so much damage. Their boat will probably explode. There'll probably a few of them being shot out of the vehicle and stuff like that. Silverline Esports successfully making across. It looks like Red Rida was a little bit too close to BNL, but it will be able to get away before they entirely noticed. And it looks like Silverline, they actually have a really nice spot inside the zone, up on top of this hill here. This is definitely a spot inside the zone that's very, very wanted. You see that all of Gascans are definitely actually spread out, taking up military base, making sure that nobody can go on ahead and send it in behind them and take up their space. Spotting out Vertigo and their new spot in Nursery here, this Nursery compound, trying to do as much damage to them as possible. Oh, and there it is, Hambino spotting out the rotation of Orion coming here. It looks like they did in fact hit him a little bit, so he's going to be safe back up off of that and get some meds while the rest of Orion try to pelt his vehicle. And he's going to go ahead and drive away for now. They're making a very large rotation. Are they going to try and meet up with them here? It looks like one of the slappers are currently driving. Will Corsac be able to make it and stop them is the question. Let's take a look. Spotting them out, trying to do some damage, but again, once again, losing LOS. It looks like the rest of the slappers aren't anywhere near, so trying to hold off some boats here. Might not have quite enough people to be able to do so, so Orion are going to be able to get in. Maybe they'll have a second chance with the throwback slowly coming on in here, but I kind of doubt it. Also looks like they have spotted out slappers on the hill there, realizing that there are people attempting to hold them out, are going to go ahead and do a little bit of a loop-de-loop, probably pull up into Novo here. And honestly, that's not a bad play. Look how open Novo is. Rear chemistry also taking a boat, probably taking the boat right beside Sharky from right here and taking it right across, pulling up to where people usually do, right on the beach here, and now into the hardcover of this compound. They're going to want to continue further inside of this zone. Let's once again zoom out, see where the rest of these guys are, because not every team is on this island yet. There's definitely the space to get across and have a nice place to hold is going to be difficult. It looks like Nutters and Axewound might actually end up running into each other as well on this western side. Looks like they're getting a little bit too close for comfort, and same with Rise and Epic Flank on the eastern side as well here. Definitely be keeping a very close eye on this. I don't think there's any boats left, so the issue here is these guys have to use the bridge. Because they have to use the bridge. I mean, running into each other is probably just inevitable. Here they come. Let's go on ahead and watch the perspective of Rise. I mean, Epic Flank spotting them out, trying to do some damage to them. Oh no, Chilla is going to get completely smushed by Fox as they're trying to make a rotation. Rise could have made it across before Epic Flank, but because of that team down there, it's going to absolutely stall them so much. It looks like Wortorium kind of just trying to decide whether or not he's going to stay and help, decides who continue on. And Mark actually sent it into the water. Interesting. So Brandon, he actually gets the headshot onto Wortorium, currently downed on this bridge. And there goes Fox once more, trying to go on ahead and cross. If he's trying to go for the res, he needs to go fast, because it looks like Epic Flank is getting ready to cross. On our western side, once again, it does look like this fight between Axewound and Netters are in fact happening. Cookie Jam's throwing a nade towards Ripper, but unfortunately it's going to go on ahead and bounce off. I think he might be the last one up. Spotting out Ripper, doing a lot of damage, taking him below half HP. But Jam spotting him out. He's now down to 32 HP, and there's just too many of them with that last hit. Nutters annihilated Axewound. They're going to be our first team eliminated here. I mean, we can see Pankill was taken out. Aguila currently getting res. Ripper was down to 33 HP and Jam to 20. So, I mean, they definitely put up a fight, Axewound did, but unfortunately it is not going to work out for them. They're going out in our third game with 1 point. Looks like Rise Esports did in fact make it a little bit further away from Epic Flank, actually getting the boat from underneath. Oh, I don't know if I would have shot at that. But they're going to be fine for now. Now making a rotation back to the western side because as we can see it's shifted over here. And if they get there in time, they might run into Underrated. And we can see like this 2-2 kind of thing is sort of happening. They actually have 3 teammates in the water right now. And Firefighter almost on the other side is going to say the okay for Hitman to start making their rotation on down into the water as well. Right when he gets up onto this beach, it's going to be his job to try and protect his teammates. And they don't want to be quite next to each other in case something like this heads their way. It looks like they are going to stop a little bit early, though. Probably. If Underrated knew, they'd definitely be happy on that result. It looks like Rare Chemistry somehow ended up making it into military, actually. You can see all 4 of them directly in between all of the members of Gascans here inside of the sheriff's building. It looks like other guys have made it a little bit closer as well. Orion currently playing these dips of water. I mean, these are really good place to play. But I'm sure all of Gas currently have their sights focused onto where Rare Chemistry currently are. This massive split from Sandy Rarity is also blowing my mind right now. And Nate currently completely alone on an entirely different hill from the rest of his team. It looks like Slappers waiting patiently for some boats to come in are going to spot out Throwback, but Lynxie is going to get the first knock onto Corsac. You see Hambino already going for a little bit of the res. And the rest of the team not even bothering with it, are continuing their rotation to get in. Same with Thighs going for a little bit of a roll rather than a drive, but going to make it inside zone nonetheless. And all of Throwback, I mean, they took a boat, so they do not have a vehicle, so they're foot pushing this as fast as possible right when this hits phase 4. So they have 30 seconds before phase 4. This damage is going to hurt. As you can see, once again, zone shifting, pulling up towards the northern side. Sandy Rarity in a really nice spot. We can actually see that a lot of damage is being put onto these guys. SDR getting a lot of knocks right now onto Epic Flank. Both Dr. Claw and Badger currently knocked. Null and Brandon Heat still alive. I mean, we can see that Rise might try and get involved from the northern side, but here comes Innate crashing onto this building. Null is instantly going to spot him out, hit him twice with the gun that he has, taking him down to 32 HP, trying to use those tires as any sort of cover as the smokes are now coming out. He needs to be careful because even right beside him, Brandon Heat currently getting the res onto Badger. That might be nade distance. I don't know if Innate knows it. Go take a look at what exactly Noel can see. It looks like he was hurt a little bit, but instantly used some meds to get back up to full. There you go. Looks like Hitman actually Underrated getting involved. Going on ahead and taking some knocks themselves. Deadeye now under intense heat as they shift their focus onto Deadeye as well. Underrated could definitely just mess up this entire fight. I also feel a little bit worried because I think Innate might be stuck here between team members while the rest of his team have backed up. Flapper is actually making a rotation to the northern side to end up meeting up with Rise Esports as they're trying to make a rotation down on the eastern side. And you can see Hambino trying to throw some shots into somebody, but slowly backing up. It's Simply Thighs currently down for them. Rise Esports don't have any downs just yet. Hambino definitely trying to spot one out. And there's going to be Silas getting the knock on to Chilla. It's going to instantly be taken out as well directly to the south. You can see the Vertigo and Throwback are getting in a fight as well. I don't know how Slappers made it through without Vertigo seeing them. But it looks like Throwback just does not get a break. Vegas and Lynxie are out. Just Valiant and Venerated left. And it looks like they have barely any meds. Venerated with only 1 first aid left. This is his last chance, and it's phase 4. This is going to chunk him. I don't think he's going to be able to make this. He might just be able to, especially with that boost. Oh, but it's going to be so close. You see, Valiant did, in fact, make himself into one of those bunkers. It looks like a lot of fighting on the northern side is about to happen, especially because the zone has pushed further to the south. Look how many teams are up here right now. Let's go on ahead and see what Venerator is going to be able to do. Trying to make a beeline straight for the zone. Oh my god, he makes it. I think it might have been just like 1.5 ticks left and he would have been done for. But once again, up to the northern side, these guys are up here fighting for their lives. Rise and Slapper still running into each other, getting really, really close to where the rest of Epic flank is. You can see Null actually in the little minimap trying to do some damage to Rise right now. Ooh, Fox trying to go on ahead and spot one of them out. It's going to stand just still enough. Hambino is waiting for that split-second moment, getting the knock, and now pulling out his barrel to see if he can spot anybody else, especially because all the smoke is so close. Oh, that was a good guess, spraying into the smoke right there, but that tree is going to go on ahead and soak up all that damage. Oh, it also looks like Innate now getting pushed by Epic Flank. They know that they have to end this. And Brandon, he is going to be the one that does it, taking down Innate. Nobody else from SDR is down here. SDR made Innate do that push, and then he was stuck there. There's no way he was going to be able to leave, and it looks like they knew they were going to be a 3-man for a while, already pushing into the position of Gascans, taking this northern C block building. Oh, Slapper's only actually getting trapped in between two teams. It looks like Simply Matthias was holding their south, as Vertigo is now pushing on up to them. The rest of them were focused on Rise, but now they're instantly backing up to try and help their teammate as this fight between Rise continues with Null from Epic Flank. Oh, Null is going to instantly be punished for attempting to do that. It looks like Marked is the last one up for Rise, trying to spot out EF. Oh my goodness, a beautiful 2-tap with that 3x. SLR is going to get the down onto him as well. Why does it look like he's floating? That was very strange. I didn't like it. And Silers is going to get the last few bullets of damage onto him and take him out. Nutter's trying to make rotation right now. Agala was the last one in there, and you could see being the team has been ended by BNL, taking down in 12th. 11 teams left. So much damage is happening right now from afar. It looks like one of Orion ended up getting a knock onto Gascans. Currently, one of Underrated is down as BNL is trying to go ahead, drive up, and get invested. They're going to go on ahead and play the ball right underneath them, trying to spot one of these guys out, go for a little bit of a drive-by. Oh, will Palak spot him out, though? The answer is yes. Wade taking out a 24 HP. That was honestly very, very dangerous. But Enan is there to go on ahead and try and cover for his teammate. Badger is now a solo for Epic Flank, and while a solo is definitely very weak, you should not underestimate the power of a solo. Solos, they have an entire power to completely change the course of a game for a team. They could get 1, 2, 3 kills just from staying there very quietly and sneakily, ratting or snaking, whatever you want to call it. And it looks like Badger's going to spot out Ian in here for BNL, and now they're in a little bit of a peak battle. Looks like he hit Ian, but Ian hitting him 3 times back is going to take him out. Epic Flank eliminated in 11th, 10 teams up. It looks like one team might join them very shortly, but Hitman is actually trying to make a rotation away to the west. Zone once again popping. So many of these teams are inside military. It's absolutely insane. It looks like Silverline are probably going to fight with the last 2 remaining members of Throwback as they're pushing through Factory. Hitman trying to get away for Underrated is in fact spotted out by Barely Not Legal. A lot of damage onto him, taking down to 40 HP. I wouldn't peek that at all. I'd throw your smokes and I'd continue running. And that's exactly what he's going to do. Very, very good. And that is going to be it. Richie B for Barely Not Legal is going to take out Underrated as well. It does look like Orion was able to help a little bit. But honestly, there's no way for that car to go fast enough for him to be able to miss all those bullets. We can see Slappers now being very aggressive onto the position of our last remaining member of Vertigo. Sambuca here trying to do his best to hold these guys off, try and get the res onto his teammate clean. But I have a feeling that all of Slappers are just going to absolutely sweep this. And that's exactly what happens. Corsac picking up those kills. You can see the Slappers are now up to 6. instantly going for the fight into the next team. Corsac spotting out one of the members of Silverline, sending that member back into factory, no longer peeking onto them. Oh, here comes the crossfire from Silverline, and Throwback getting one down under Red Rider, getting another one as well. 2 down for Silverline. There's just 2 left. It's now a 2v2 situation. Valiate and Venerated now doing their best here to try and hold these guys out. Looks like they're just barely inside the zone here, so honestly, Silverline might not push aggressively here. Honestly, this is so hard for them to be able to fight on, especially with the position that Valiate's currently at. There's no way that they're going to have any sort of idea that he'd be up there and be able to snap their gun onto his location. Hearing the fighting, though, is definitely going to attract the big guns. You can see Slappers now pushing on in, spotting out FICO, doing a lot of damage to him. Corsac getting the knock on a Venerated from an entirely different team on the other side. Corsac actually falling because Gascans getting involved. Looks like Slappers are in fact going to at least lose one for now. Here comes Brutal. No, why weren't you guys pushing together? Brutal pushed in alone. So now FICO is still here. I don't know why Silverline didn't push this together. And now it's just a solo for Throwback and for them as Slappers. The 3-man pushes on in here. Looks like Valiant will get a knock into Simply Matthias, helping out a little bit. It looks like Campino is also around 2 HP here, but he is still going to get it. Probably 5 HP, 3 HP. Holy crap. Slappers now with 7 kills. Simply Matthias is in fact down, but the rest is already coming on out, and now they have to deal with the solo FICO before continuing on inside this zone that has pulled very, very far away from them. And it looks like FICO, not wanting to be too aggressive on this, is going to be taking it very, very slowly. Meanwhile, inside of C-Block, we can see that Rare Chemistry is currently fighting Gascans. Oh, Honey Badger getting a knock on the Snake Eyes with that barrel. Nico's getting Paradox Constant. At least trading one is going to be traded by Oldest as well. So it looks like it's just down to Scotch Doc. I think Gascans still have 3. Yep, the only knock onto them was onto Nikos from Consa, who instantly got traded out. And now the aggressive push is coming into play. They don't know exactly where he is, though. You could get the res on this. There he is, spotting out 1, spotting out 2, gets to both of them, but oh no, Rare Chemistry getting involved from afar. San Diego Rarity is just going to ruin that run for Rare Chemistry there. If he was able to go on ahead and continue spraying down there and securing those 2 kills, Guadalajara Gascans would be so damaged right now, but instead they were saved from SDR, and they are going to get res, so they're still going to be able to be 4-man up on this zone. Did I just hear a horn honk? Hello? Oh, it looks like BNL actually stuck at this rubble here, grabbing some vehicles to continue finishing their rotations. Are now in a deep fight with Orion. That was a beautiful spray from Enan on to Broke Status. A headshot barrel spray with the down from very decently far away. And it happened again, getting another one. It's 2-piece on the SO as well. Instantly flushing out to secure those kills. There's 2 members of Orion left. It looks like SKSK almost got downed as well, but he will be able to go on ahead and unpeak and heal inside of this building. He is the last one up. It looks like Asu is bleeding out very, very quickly. Will he be able to get the rest onto that? I don't think so. As you can hear in the distance, the footsteps are already coming. The next zone, once again, pulling to the west, is going to mean that Slappers and STR are going to have to push into zone here. Slappers definitely have a really easy entrance on the southern side here with multiple buildings to be able to choose from. It is going to be San Diego Rarity that has to make the hard push onto the position of Gascans. So this is going to be the next fight that happens. As we can see in the kill feed, it looks like Barely Not Legal picking up their 10 kills now. Ian actually has 5 of them. He's playing this really well so far. Let's go ahead and see what exactly SDR is trying to do here. I mean, we saw N8 be taken down, so it's only going to be 3 of them. It's going to be a 3v4 situation. Ooh, it actually looks like one of Gascans pushed up really, really close. Gwen Stacy trying to get the knock, but a little bit of a bait coming into play. And Adam is going to get a knock on to Deadeye. He was right next to Gwen Stacy, but was unable to do any help. And from afar, BNL getting involved. Gwen Stacy down to 7 HP. Lucid Freak, all he can do here is try and hold, but with that Molotov and those shots from Oldless's gun, Gwen Stacy is the last one up to fight an entire 4-man of Gascans. This is a very hard position for him to be in, as you can see the nades coming on in from Barely Not Legal as well. Just going ahead and see what Gwen is going to be able to do here. I have a feeling he's probably going to be ended up from afar, but he pushes on inside, closes the door, and that is going to be it. San Diego Rarity from the SLR of Gas all the way over on this western side. It looks like BNL actually went on ahead and took advantage of Big Red still inside the zone. Looks like Silers will end the fun a little bit for Eating getting the down, but Wade should be able to go get the res. It looks like he is slowly making his way on over to do so. Doesn't want to stand up, because if he stands up, a lot of these guys will be able to see him up on top of there. Gascans just outside the zone will probably be able to continue playing this building for now. I mean, everybody's still in here. We're probably not going to see much action until this next zone. So the game plan for this for BNL is they're going to play on top of this big building, and they're going to stay prone and not peek anything for a while. They're going to wait until the zone is much, much smaller, and then from there they're going to be able to stand up, and they're going to have a very advantageous overview on everybody. I will say it is very risky, though. I mean, we already can see that the downs onto them are in fact possible. Yep, still a little bit slow for now, as expected. Looks like Silers once again. Silers just does not want Enan to stay alive here, getting the knock on him on the stairs. I wonder if it's because he keeps trying to play the stairs instead of playing the very top. Like, he's at the top and he's prone, he's fine. But since that's his second knock, I don't think he's going to be rezzed again. That is going to be the end for Enan. That means that BNL is going to be down to a 3-man. So it's still going to be... Oh, it looks like Slapper's actually pushing on up to Gascans. I think they realize that Gascans are on the very, very edge of the zone here. So they're trying to take advantage of it, but with that attempted crossover, Simply Matthias is going to be spotted out and actually stolen from Wade's. That means BNL has 3, Gascans have 4, Slappers with 2, and Orion with 1. This is definitely a very interesting situation that's happening here, and it looks like Honey Badger finding another knock on a BNL. Oh, Wade's might follow from Silers, but he's going to be able to prone just in time. Looks like Enan is going to be the one that always gets knocked with his peeking. Oh. It looks like Gascans went ahead, spawning out Silers behind these hands. I don't even know what to call these things. He tried to make a run for it back to cover, but he was unable to do so. Even if he tried to prone or stop here, his toes would have been shot directly underneath these things. That means it's just down to 1, but Adam is going to finish it up very quickly. Slapper's eliminated in 4th place. Means we're down to 2 teams, as Orion is actually spotted out as well from Gascans. Gascans with 9 kills right now is 4 of them versus 2. I don't think they'll be able to get the res onto Gas. They're currently looking to see what they're able to do here. Even if they don't win this game, you can see it's going to be a massive game for them with 12 kills. Adam getting the knock onto Waze as well. It's going ahead and watch from that perspective as they try and spot the last member from BNL, Richie B versus all of Guadalajara Gascans. Oh, and just in time we saw Nikos getting the last hits onto him and taking him down. Guadalajara Gascans won our last Air and Go game with 11 kills. It's a 21-point game. Very, very well played. You can see the amount of kills that each of these players were able to get. Nikos with 5, Adam with 3, Orless with 2, and Badger with 1. And other notable killers, Eating ended up getting 5 for his team. A bunch of 3s as well for Wade's, Simply Matthias, Silers, and it looks like this lobby was a little bit top heavy in terms of those kills. I mean, we definitely do see a smattering of 1s and 2s as well, but don't go anywhere, y'all. We're going to see you guys on the deserts of Miramar tomorrow. Coming up next, we have 3 games left, and I'll show you the leaderboard before we get on with it. Be right back.
I'm running out of karma. I don't think that I'll make it any longer. But with you by my side, I feel stronger than I've ever been before. Still too young to realize that these summertime jobs, they don't last your whole lifetime. I think it was a Honda. I run another light to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. I run another light to get through the night. Scared as shit, but I know that I'm alright. We were 17, pure like kerosene. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. You protected me, you were my sunscreen. I'm running out of karma. I don't think that I'll make it any longer. But with you by my side, I feel stronger than I've ever been before. Feel stronger than I've ever been before. We keep on talking about things we could have been so good, but you pushed me away time and again. You said there's too much to comprehend. Keep on working and working and working and working on it out. Keep on working and working and working and working on it out. Well, it started as something, but I let it go. When your best amounts to nothing, you have to let it show. Get down to the city, take me down in the night, make it all into nothing. The pressure's got me, don't wanna see tomorrow. All I got one is life, gonna make it feel nothing. The pressure's got me tonight. Keep on working and working and working and working on out. Keep on working and working and working and working on out. Yeah, yeah. Don't wanna see tomorrow. The pressure's got me. Yeah, the pressure got me. Don't wanna see tomorrow. Oh, wake up when it's light. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the pressure got me. Don't wanna see tomorrow. All I got one is life. Yeah, take it down to the city, take me down in the night. Made it all into nothing. The pressure's got me. Don't wanna see tomorrow. All I got one is life. Gonna make it feel nothing. The pressure's got me tonight. Keep on working and working and working and working on it.
Hello everybody, this is SpanCargo. Once again, we're about to go into our first game of Miramar for today's qualifying rounds. It's very exciting. I am doing Lobby D for round of 64 of Spark series. I hope you guys have been enjoying yourselves so far. So just a little bit of a reminder, after these last 3 games today, there will be 6 games tomorrow on my channel once again for Lobby D starting at 7 p.m. EST. I hope to see you guys there, but let's go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard before moving on. There we go with our overall leaderboard. Once again, Guadalajara Gascans still in first, 48 points, barely not legal, now in second with 31. Then Throwback, 27. Slappers only with 23. Nutters, underrated, San Diego Rarity, and Axewound pulling up in 8th place. A reminder once again that they want to be in the top 8 to move on to round of 32 by the end of these 12 games of qualifying rounds. So very exciting stuff. Let's go on ahead and look at our first game of Miramar and its plane. Here we go. We can see once again, very southern. I feel like I'm actually cursed. I feel like every single Miramar game that I have been casting recently, especially in scrims, have actually been far to the southern side. I actually mentioned it in general chat today before game started. So maybe I cursed it once again, but definitely super far to the south. Let's go ahead and zoom in and see where exactly these guys are going, because there should be a lot of contention. I mean, look how many colors are even going towards Bandita. Last time everybody seemed to be able to know where each other were going and staying pretty far away. This time it seems like the same thing didn't entirely happen. I'm a little bit worried for Agla there, for Nutters. But let's go ahead and take a look at whatever mess is starting here. Brandon Heat for Epic Flank is going to be the success winner of getting the esports spawn. You can see Snake Eyes actually trying to go on ahead and take out Rahel and Clean from Vertigo as they're finishing their drop as well. But it's going to be Epic Flank inside of Bandita. Looks like one of them is currently outside on the hot dog building as well. All of Rare Chemistry, unfortunately, having to share these very small compounds with no more vehicle to be able to go on ahead and rotate out of here. And then, of course, Vertigo. See Rahel and Clean, after losing a tiny bit, grabbing their vehicle to be able to go on ahead and make that rotation out of there. They don't want to stay there for too long. They're going to go on ahead and get the heck out and meet up with the rest of their team. It looks like they went a little bit further to the northern side. Sambico actually going for a vehicle on the road before driving to Minas, and that's exactly where the rest of them are ending up as well. So it looks like it's not too much of a hard drop. I wouldn't be surprised to see if Epic Flank tries to hold out Rare Chemistry from moving on them, because the only area that Rare Chemistry could honestly go from here is trying to push out towards this warehouse compound I'm currently looking at, or make a rotation around, actually, that they're already doing, and in which case would put Badger in a really risky position here. Zoom out, take a look at where everybody else went, take a look at our first zone, and it actually went and pulled to the very furthest southeast corner possible on this map. It looks like about only half of this circle is inside zone, and that means that there's definitely not enough space for all 14 of our teams to be able to play inside this. So we're going to be seeing a lot of growing pains start to happen here. Not all these guys are going to make it in. I think Epic Flank, kind of realizing that, are already going to go on ahead and go for a little bit of a rotation. Probably going to go pick up Null and Badger X and try and get a good spot inside here. We can see that the few teams already inside zone are Rise taking up Impalum, Gascans at Puerto. Not even just at Puerto. It looks like they sent out so many people on the outskirts. and of course Throwback and Nutters. It looks like Silverline also a little bit split on the line too. So all of these compounds directly in the center, especially around in this area, are probably going to be very much wanted. Especially because the zone loves pulling around into this area. So it'll be interesting to see who will go on ahead and grab these spots first. Saying Rarity once again having to play for the long game, probably going to have to come in very, very slowly. I wouldn't be surprised if they make a rotation like straight across on the northern side and come in on the north, but other than that, they're going to have to wait for everybody else to go and get inside zone first. I don't think they're going to be able to go ahead and pass anybody up, especially because they're just going to go ahead and take a lot of shots. There's a high possibility that a lot of these guys on the outskirts are going to lose somebody on rotation. And with that, speaking of rotation, it's 4.5 minutes in. All of our early starters should already be moving. And it looks like they, in fact, are. We can see Barely Not Legal from Picado now moving on out. Also inside Minos, we can see our previous team, Vertigo, now making their way outside as well. Following in the footsteps of Rise directly in front of them. Have to be careful here because if Rise is holding these compounds directly inside zone... Ooh, not entirely. But also Epic Flank could also do some damage if they get a little bit too close. Going ahead and take a look at what exactly they're doing. It looks like Clean actually went ahead and stopped at this ramp here. Stopping a little bit, doing a little bit of recon. What do you see, my guy? It looks like he's looking at Chilla, making a rotation. Yep, definitely calling it out. There's somebody in front of you. There's someone coming out of Impala. Be careful. Don't know if that compound's clear. Brahel, and I mean EQ, SKZ, what else are they supposed to do? They have to make some sort of a scouting mission. And it looks like they're going to do so from the safety of that bull for now. What they don't know is that Fox is currently the only member from Rise in that compound. And honestly, since he's the only member, that makes me very concerned. I don't think he should be the only one here. Whenever you're wanting to be a little bit greedy and take a massive split, you at least want to do 2-2. And because of that, here it comes. Fox is the only one here for Rise Esports, and Vertigo is going to go on ahead and try and take this location as well. 3 of them currently in. Fox hearing it. The rest of his teammates currently left him at an entirely different compound. I don't know what happened here. Where were the comms? Did they not know you didn't have a vehicle? Why weren't you picked up? I mean, the questions go on. Looks like Fox now absolutely making a mad dash for it. His teammates are in fact attempting to help from afar. And there we go. That is going to be the breaking of LOS. So he's probably going to be able to get away for now. On the southern side, we can see a little bit of damage, a little bit of downs happening in the kill feed. Firefighter and Palix currently down for underrated. It's only Tadine and Hitman left. It looks like Tadine is actually just still making a huge rotation inside zone. Absolutely leaving his teammate Hitman going the opposite direction. And that means Slappers only picked up 2 kills and they didn't even take that much damage back. The rest of Underrated just driving away from Slappers. Now they're coming back in through the southern side. They're going to continue to run into each other. They probably know exactly where Tatine is going. I mean, Hitman's probably going to go ahead and run into them eventually as well. And it looks like Axewound is going to pull up in the rear. Oh, it also looks like Silverline Esports and Throwback are now in a fight. We mentioned how small of choices there are. The choices are very limited inside a zone like this. And Throwback at this compound first is getting pushed on by Silverline with that beautiful nade from Lynxy, getting the down into G-Price at least. FICO currently trying to see if he can try and get the res, peeking a little bit, being very cautious. And the rest of his team, Brutal, downed again. I was going to say down to 11, but looks like he is out of luck. I mean, they just have an entire ramp onto where the rest of Silverline Esports are. I don't know exactly where Bird Rider was going to be able to play either. G-Price still slowly bleeding out. Doesn't look like Feiko thinks he's going to be able to get the res. Taking the opportunity at 58 HP to get the heal. And here comes Lynxy pushing on over the hill. Feiko is in fact going to get the down. The flush coming out as well. Going to bleed out. And that means it is still a 2v2 situation as Red Rider on the site gets the down onto Valley as well. You can see from afar someone's trying to steal the kill. I don't think that nade is going to be far enough. It's actually going to help flush him out a little bit. But Wade's from BNL from afar is going to take it. Red Rider just taking that kill right from under their nose from so far away. Can barely hear the bullets hitting the ground. Silverline in the fight for their life. It definitely does not feel good to have your kills stolen from afar, but that is everybody else's job. You see Red Rider now trying to spot out the rest of Throwback. I'm a little bit nervous with so much shifting that he's doing. I mean, it's probably very, very audible, but I don't think Venerated is close enough just yet, and I don't think Red Rider can exactly see him through all of that grass. If he stood up right now and he got Venerated, Vegas is right beside him, so being a little bit careful. Oh, he went for it. Oh, wait. Hello? Looks like Venerated is going to go ahead and back up as well. Vegas back inside the building too. It looks like Throwback and Silverline just ended up with like a 50-50 once again. They're down to 2-2. They were at 4-4. They're just trading those out evenly so far. Let's zoom out. Looks like everybody inside zone except for these guys in the very southern part. Axewound going to be the last full team in. Other than that, it's going to be Hitman left. It looks like Tadine did in fact make it inside Puerto Paraiso, and lucky for him, the solo will be able to continue to play the rat play inside of the city. And I mean, that's exactly what he's supposed to do. Even though Underrated has 2 members up, they're so split that they're basically playing this game as solos. And the only way, the most effective way for them to be able to play solos is to go on ahead and hide in locations with a lot of hard cover. I mean, what else are you supposed to do? You can't really be aggressive on 4-mans because only a basic trade would take you out. Yeah, you get it down onto 1, and then you have 3 other guys that are just going to take you down as well. It looks like SDR did in fact make a rotation to the northern side here, which was what was expected because of how they initially landed. And it looks like they're already in a little bit of a firefight with Epic flank directly below them in these ridges. They have the ridges. SDR has the gas station. Let's go ahead and see what comes of it. As of right now, they're both inside of the zone. I don't know if too much is going to happen. And Slappers, actually, it looks like they kind of have a little bit of a road trap happening here. You can see all of them around, surrounding this road. It doesn't look like Silers was going to be ready there for too long. But Hambino, though, listening to all these guys pulling on up, is he going to be able to get it down into at least one of them? He thinking about it. And he's not going to take the shot. Oh, he really, really thought about it, didn't he? Corsac also right beside. Probably really, really thought about what to do there. Instead, they're going to go on ahead and let them freely move ahead of them. I guess the last thing what they want is to shoot at them, not kill all of them, and then they know. Then Axewound knows that someone's to their south and they should try and hold them out. I don't know if Axewound end up spotting any of them as they're quite in the open watching them drive by, but we'll end up seeing very, very shortly. Looks like Hitman's still slowly trucking their way on inside the zone. You can see that Guadalajara Gascans still centered, doing a little bit of damage back and forth onto Orion for broke status here. Again, they're also 4 up. This zone super duper small. We're going to see the next one appear very shortly. But as for now, since there's still 14 teams, you know, I said that there wasn't going to be enough space, but that was when I thought our lobby was full. That's what I'm used to. So with 14 teams, this is probably fine. Usually about 2 teams would die, I think. Looks like that's not going to happen. It looks like Slappers are going on ahead and actually making a rotation around on the Axewound. Corsac doing the first spray, not doing much damage to Axewound, but with that nade, nope, still not going to be enough. Landing a little bit too far, not uncooked enough. Siler's going to get the first knock, though. Oh no, Siler's actually taking out one of the other members, taking out Hitman. So that means there's only 1 member left for Underrated. Currently in 1 knock onto Axewound. 3 of them still up right here. And it looks like Corsac continuing on with the rotation to the north. could still be aggressive and get a really nice angle onto this. The rest of Slappers now trying to push aggressively to get involved, help Corsac out with this entire 4-man team. Like, they're surrounding them. Corsac once again doing a lot of damage onto these guys. Was unable to get the knock. Here we go. Let's see if this Molotov is going to be able to hit anything here. It is unfortunately not going to. Just outside of Molotov range. Cookie Jams is going to be spotted out by Simply Matthias and taken down. And with that, Parmesan Army is going to be spotted by Corsac, taking him down to below half HP. Same with Hades. Just one more bullet is going to do it, and he gets it. So Parmesan Army now trying to go for the peak after healing is going to once again be taken down to half. And then that was a very, very bold peaks there. Slappers only annihilated Axewound, it says on the screen, in 14th place. I don't think Parmesan Army should have double peaked there. I also don't know how many other options he had, because as we can see, Slappers are just totally surrounding them there. They definitely chose the right option by not shooting at them initially, because I think that might have given them a surprise. I don't know if they knew that they were there. I'm not quite sure. Once again, zone shifting out into the water. Half of this zone is land. I mean, we can see it's going into phase 3 to phase 4. So that is when it's going to try and take out as much unplayable area or water as possible. I mean, kind of too late. Basically, we know it's going to go on ahead and pull directly onto the mainland. These outskirt corners going to be out of the zone. It's going to all be all about this very, very center. I don't think any hard shifts are going to happen here either. Well, it's going to hard shift to the west, I guess. So you can see Barely Not Legal trying to do some damage onto Nutters as they make a rotation, but Silverline kind of putting a stop to it after shooting Wade's down to 50 HP. Let's see where they're going to end up going right now. It looks like they're just crashing straight into Puerto Paraiso. Ooh, the rest of the Nutters kind of like flying on over, it looks like. And if they're not careful, they could end up getting ratted from our resident rat right here to Dean for underrated. On the northern side, though, it looks like is not quite the same. Multiple teams trying to find a spot in here to be able to play. Let's take a look what they are looking at here. Nope, it looks like Brandon Heat currently prepping a nade. Is that going to end up landing on him? Oh, that lands directly on Wartorium as he was trying to go on ahead and pull up himself. Not going to be able to do it. Chilla, though, pushing on over, spotting up Brandon Heat. Tries to go for another knock onto one of them, but SDR getting involved, making Rise pull off of that. In the distance, we can hear some more fighting. Looks like Rare Chemistry fighting Epic Flank as well, and in the distance, Slappers takes out Silverline Esports. There was only 2 of them left, and looks like they might have been making a rotation here. Yep, making a rotation. Red Rider and FICO is taken down. Slappers now with 9 kills, but Simply Matthias is shot out of the vehicle by Nikos from Gascans. We'll see if they're going to be able to end up saving their teammate. It looks like Hambino is definitely giving it his all here. But now with that zone shift, they're going to have to try and figure out what they're going to do to get inside zone. I mean, they should be able to go ahead and run right into this gas station and play there, but it's all about trying to get even further. It looks like on the northern side, at least one of these teams went on ahead and died, and that's going to be Epic Flank. That means Rare Chemistry, Rise, Vertigo, and SDR are still going to be up here. There we go. Waiting patiently for Scotchstock to actually spot out one of the members, but he's going to be taken down. Paradox trying to go for a little bit of a trade, but that is going to be it. Sambuco and Rahel getting the last 2 kills onto them. Rare Chemistry is eliminated in 11th. You can see Fox Rise slowly bleeding on out here, as Vertigo now has to go on and focus on getting into the zone. At this point, since they got a few of those kills and they know how many they got, I wouldn't be surprised if they start to make a rotation over to this left-hand side. Use this ridge as any cover as possible, and you'll probably run into the remainder of Rise. It looks like Orion also eliminated, ended up fighting Throwback. Vegas currently downed, but Venerated Should be able to get the res onto him. Currently waiting, it seems. Okay, I was going to say, is he waiting for him to crawl inside the building? I feel like that's going to take too long. But he is, in fact, going to go ahead and step out there into all that smoke that they already prepped. And here comes the fight between barely the 3 teams, honestly, that I definitely was keeping an eye on. That's going to be Guadalajara Gascans, Barely Not Legal, and Slappers Wades. Immediately getting the down and the flush onto Corsac. At least it looks like he is going to follow shortly after, though, as the rest of Slappers has pushed forward. Let's go take a look at what Silas is doing. Looks like he's the only one, like, really out here. It doesn't look like Gascans are interested in getting involved. I mean, why get involved if you don't have to? It equips a little bit of the sneaky plays. You can see here that they're just prone on the other side of this rock, but obviously Slappers only does not know that. Looks like they're going to take this opportunity to grab their vehicles and make a rotation away. Will Gas be able to make it, though? A lot of damage, actually tasting down to 39 HP. Just one headshot could honestly end it. But it looks like they're so far succeeding. And the gas vehicle about to explode. He's going to get away in time and get into the dip, so he will have hard cover there. Zone once again pulling up to the north. You can see the San Diego Rarity spotting out Vertigo. Ro64 going to get a knock on to clean as the rest of them trying to make a rotation around. Going to be spotted out by Ro64 down to half HP. Will Moratorium be able to see them as well? He's one of the remaining members of Rise. I don't know if he'll get involved here or if he's just going to go on ahead and watch to see if when one of these teams will be eliminated and then get involved. Oh my goodness, Ro64 with that nade taking down Rehel. Sambuca's the last one up for them. You can see Moratorium getting it down onto Ro64 because he's trying to make a rotation, instantly going for the flush to gain that point. And as the Solar, you're going to go on ahead back up and try and find another place to lay down and prone. But Honey Badger with that MK is going to spot him out, and Rise Esports is eliminated in 9th. That means we have our top 8 teams here. These are the teams that get these placement points. Let's take a look at what Guadalajara Gascans are now shooting at, and it looks like the answer is BNL. The last 2 remaining members of BNL trying to get inside zone. Looks like they're trying to go for a little bit of a Yuto play here. Oh, Hambino is going to take down... No, some effects are going to be taken down by those nades, it seems. Nico's taking down Honey Badger. Also currently down. I think that means it's down to Adam. He spots out one of them. Beautiful 3x M4 spray. Getting the knock onto Silers for Slappers. Taking that vehicle, trying to go ahead and accelerate his movement. He knows it is a 1v1 situation now. He cannot wait for Hambino to get these reses. Look at that. 13 kills so far for Slappers. He's unable to res his teammate, slowly bleeding out, knowing that the rotation is coming in. Adam, honestly, in a really stuck position, is going to get naded here. Is taken down to 63 HP, but is going to successfully make it underneath Hambino for now. Now, currently trying to get the res. If Adam doesn't hurry up on this, it's going to be a 2v1. It is going to happen. Slappers now has 2 up. It looks like an 8 actually for SDR from far, getting involved, getting a re-knock. Hambino at half HP. I don't know if Adam knows where he is, but here comes out some more much needed util. Peek on over now. Does he see him through the grass? The answer is yes. And Slappers only is eliminated in 7th. Gascans was just able to see him through that grass, and honestly, Hambino's only at 50 HP, so Adam at 60 now. He definitely had a little bit of an HP advantage, peak over advantage, but he did in fact spot him out, so that was very nice, deserved win and kill for Guadalajara Gascans there. So now with 4 kills, they're going to still be alive. 6 teams are left. Let's take a look at this zone. We haven't looked in a while. We see how it's developed. We can see our last 2 remaining members of Throwback are still alive, currently being infiltrated by the nuts, though. The nutters here. and they're currently using smoke, honestly, in a really smart way. So if you're solo, or if you're a duo, or if you're just trying to conceal yourself in general inside of a big building, throw smokes. It cuts off sight lines, and they're loud as heck. So that means with those loud smokes, if you're trying to make a move of any kind, trying to get to a better location, it's going to be harder for them to hear you. So that's exactly what these smokes are for, all of those reasons, and now they're slowly going to play it. You can see that Ripper probably ended up hearing the one member right beside him from all of the movement, but they're not going to push aggressively just yet. Once again, zone shifting actually down to the southeast once more. It's actually putting a lot of these solos in really good positions to try and play on these ridges. In the distance, I can hear a car driving. It sounds like somebody might be going for a little bit of a rotation. Let's go take a look at that as this is still coming into play. Oh, wait, are they pushing on this? You can see Ripper and Pancake getting ready. They're both next to each other inside of this building. Inside that door, I should rather say. A bunch of stunts coming into play. The push is probably going to happen very soon. Venery needs to watch that. Here it is. Pancake pushing in first. He's going to be spotted out. He spots out another one. Aguila almost gets taken down. It's now just down to Vegas, but the last remaining member of Nuts, Ripper, pushing in at the perfect moment, is going to take out Throwback, and Nutters, with 2 kills now, will be able to go ahead and get a bunch of these res. You can see Aguila crawling up right behind him, trying to get res, but unfortunately it was not in time. I have a feeling at least 2 of them were on their second knock, and that's when you just gotta choose. Adam here, still down by this big silo compound, trying to get involved onto Vertigo and SDR, trying to do something here, spotting him out with that MK. It looks like Inate is going to go ahead and die to zone after the knock. And he spotted out another member from Vertigo. It's going to be Sambuca. Oh, and Clean, though, is going to go on ahead and smack him a little bit. His helmet is almost broken. As for SDR, it looks like it's just down to Deadeye. Another solo has joined the midst. So now we have a solo for SDR, solo for Gascans, and a solo for Underrated. Otherwise, we have a 3-man for Nutters and a 3-man for Vertigo. Very even, I guess we could say. And there is our kill ranking for now with everybody who's alive. Is going to be Vertigo, Nutters, Gascans, Sandy Rarity, and then Underrated. Next zone. Oh! I was stuck in the map. It looks like that is going to be the end for them. So Vertigo, now knowing that they have complete control of this northern side, are going to try and spot out everybody else and take some shots. It looks like some of them, while they're shooting, are deciding to go put out some smokes for that smoke trail. Because I don't know how else they're going to go on ahead and move further in zone. We can see that the zone did in fact shift up towards them, but not quite. They might be able to go on ahead and like play a little bit of this ridge here. The only way they'll be able to like completely play this though is if they get rid of the problem here. Their problem currently being Adam. Netter's still inside this large cigar building. I mean, you can see Tadine, he's doing exactly what he needs to be doing after all of his teammates were lost. He sent it straight into Puerto Paraiso, and he's still alive. He lost half of his team in, like, phase 1, I believe. Netter's now peeking on out, seeing Vertigo finally make it down. It looks like Vertigo were able to successfully make it into zone. And I don't know if Nutters should have been able to let that happen. But it did, in fact, happen. So now they're probably going to have to live with a little bit of the consequences. But here goes Adam for Guadalajara Gascans. He's a solo for them, trying to get somewhere inside to play. He will take a little bit of damage from bullets being on to him. But he is, in fact, going to make it inside one of these shacks. And I don't think Nutters would go on ahead and push out on that. Once again, let's go ahead and see everybody's perspectives. This crate dropped right next to him, and it's still full. I think Ripper wants it, from what I'm guessing with all this smoke. The rest of Vertigo just playing this very slowly. You can see the shots are going towards them, in fact, but not going to try to get entirely involved just yet at the end zone here, at the end game. Rather, you kind of want all the rest of these guys to go run into each other and end themselves before you swoop on in and third party or get the last few remaining kills. Looks like Adam in a little bit of a peak battle with some of the Nutters members, taking out a 26 HP. Now has to take time to heal on up with those bandies, and he does not have a helmet any longer. As this is happening, as Adam is distracting Nutters, you can see that Vertigo is currently rotating onto the eastern side. I have a feeling it's about they're going to run into Dean very, very shortly here. Tadine could ruin this game for Vertigo, spot out at least one or two of them, get the knocks, and then I doubt the third one would be able to get the res. Just gonna continue on being a little bit sneaky here. Vertigo themselves being sneaky. We see Sambuca being the first one pushing on up here. Jam is the closest. He's currently control walking. Barely outside of zone here. He can hear Pankill moving. Oh, I don't know if he should have moved there. I don't know if Pankill ended up hearing his movements. Are the Nutters aware of Sambuca's plot? And here comes the push a little bit. Simbiko prepping a nade, about to go ahead, toss that right on in. Did that bounce out? No way! What did it hit? It hit the door frame. That's a thick door frame. It doesn't matter anyway, though, because no one was in there and the door was closed. And here comes Tadine, now being the other person, slowly crouch walking on up. He spots both of them right in front of him. Spotting out Sambuca, instantly going for the little bit of the... Very, very nicely played for Tadine. Hey, you heard what I said. A solo can go and absolutely ruin a game for a team. Just shot both of them in the back with a really nice spray transfer. Pause a little bit in the middle there. Really nice kills, though. Picking up 2. Under 8 now has 2 kills, revealing in the top 4. I mean, that's definitely a salvage of a game. I've mentioned this before, but every game that you play, you want at least like 6 to 8 points, at least those like minimum, and that's going to be able to do you a lot of good. Obviously, you want more, but Tadine able to get 4th place with 2 kills, that's 6 points. So there you go, got the minimum. As for the rest of them, though, we can see the Vertigo is now down to 1 member. Oh, it looks like, I thought they were both upstairs. It looks like Nutters pushing on to Adam at the correct moment here is going to take him out in 3rd. I mean, they needed to go ahead and clear it out, and now the rest of them are pushing onto the last position where they know somebody is going to be. They can clearly see the numbers. Oh, they can see Clean making a run for it. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Ripper with that M4 spray, cleaning up the last solo there. Nutters winning our first Miramar game with 4 kills. Very, very nicely played by them. A big fight inside of that cigar building there, and a very nice win for them as well. So we have 2 more games tonight. I'll be back as soon as possible with the leaderboard. I hope you guys are enjoying so far, and I'll see you guys soon.
On most nights, I'm just wearing my pajamas, staying up too late, 'cause I'm watching Futurama, thinking want to fly away, far from my mistakes. My baggage has too much weight. Hey, hey. So my bed is where I stay. Tell the clouds that I say hey. Has too much weight, hey, hey. So my bed is where I stay. I want to fly away, far from my mistakes. My baggage has too much weight, hey, hey. So my bed is where I stay. Tell the clouds that I say hey.
Constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging, always rearranging. That is constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging. Constantly changing, always rearranging, always rearranging, always rearranging. That is constantly changing, always rearranging. Always rearranging. Always rearranging.
Hello everybody, this is SpanCargo once again, about to show you the leaderboard for Labby D of round of 64 for the Spark series. Very exciting stuff so far. We have 2 games left. Let's go on ahead and take a look. These are the scores for our last game, based not off of like placement, but based off of amount of points. You can see that Vertigo was the one that had the most with 16, then Slappers, then Nutters, even though Nutters were the ones that went on ahead and got the first place. But let's go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard. Once again, Guadalajara Gascans in first with 57, Slappers only in second with 37, Nutters actually right behind them tied with 37, then 36 for Throwback, 34 for Barely Not Legal, 24 for both Vertigo and Underrated, and San Diego Rarity. So that is our 6th, 7th, and 8th place teams. And I mean, right below them, Axewound with 16, 13, 11 for the rest of these guys here. You guys want to be in the top 8 to be able to go on ahead and qualify for the next round. So round of 32, that's actually happening this weekend. So after the games today, they'll have a chance for 6 more games tomorrow night, starting at 7 p.m. EST on my channel once again. But let's go ahead and finish up today. Last 2 games, let's take a look at this plane path. We can see here it's starting starting southern, but not staying there. Starting right by Puerto Paraiso, ending up by Oasis, very, very far to the eastern side. I don't know how many times have we been on the west this game, on Miramar at least. Not so often, it seems like. Everybody's slowly jumping on out. I mean, the guys usually going to their usual spots, I mean to say here. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of a slow scroll, see where everybody is going on ahead and stretching towards. Some of these guys choosing different spots. I think, what? Where are you? Oh. What did you hit? I can't see it. It's not loaded in yet. Looks like Ripper went on ahead and smacked into, oh, it's probably this thing, smacked into a little bit of construction piece. So very, very fun for him. But instantly getting rezzed. Unfortunately, will be on second knock for the rest of the game. We'll see if it ends up coming into play later on. That'll definitely be interesting to see. But otherwise, first zone shown again far to the east. Ooh. These zones are always so interesting. So it's probably going to go on ahead. Let's move over here. It's probably going to go on ahead. I was gonna say that, but it looks weird. And somewhere around here in any of these dips, bowls, and compounds, but we're gonna go on ahead, keep an eye on the zone and where everybody's rotating and see if that is in fact true. But let's go ahead and fly around our top teams right now. So currently in first is going to be Gascans. You can see they actually have a massive split right now for their drop spot, for their looting phase. Adam all the way down here inside Forest. You see he has a vehicle slowly looting on up. The rest of his teammates way further to the north, not even in Junkyard. That's how far away they are. One of them inside of this big warehouse compound. Another esport vehicle comes with this compound as well. One of them all the way down below, taking up the road compound, is Oldless. And then of course the last one for Gascans is in Azahar, I believe. Yeah, Nico's all the way over here in Azahar, all of this loot to himself. Once again, inside zone though, so they're going to be able to make the rotation, choose the spot that they would like best. I wonder which one they're going to go with. I don't quite know what they prefer. Honestly, a lot of these buildings in the center here, I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be this one. This one's definitely hard to defend though, so maybe they'll choose this one. However, this one, you can definitely not get in as many fights here. So depending on their aggressiveness, I guess we could say their want for kills and so on, we'll see where they end up picking. They might even choose Junkyard. Everybody else, though, 3.5 minutes in now. Some of them already making rotations. We can see Epic Flank actually driving through Bandita. I don't know if they're going to continue on going, trying to find more loot elsewhere. But as for now, everybody still is taking their sweet old time, and that is absolutely fine. I mean, this zone, this plane path was so far to the east, and this zone is so far to the east, that honestly, some of these teams that decided to long jump to their drops, we'll end up seeing if it's bad. So that's going to be Slappers, Silverline, Orion, and BNL. I mean, some of the, I don't know about the rest. So all these guys on the southern side are going to rotate in on the southern side and in. Even Slappers, I mean, if they make a wide northern rotation like they have the last few games, they'll probably be able to get inside the zone fairly unscathed. But look at this, right in the center, you can see multiple teams now making their movements. Rise, Esports directly below Epic Flank as they're making their rotation through this field as well. And even to their north, we can see Vertigo. Where are these guys going to end up at, though? You can see some of these vehicles actually starting with the scouting. And it looks like Oratorium, realizing that there's somebody right behind them, is going to stop and try and do some damage to him. Spotting out Badger as well. Ooh, here comes the damage. Will War be able to get this knock onto him? Now in a position, try and go for a spray. Going through the windshield. It looks like EQSKD getting involved from Vertigo from afar. What? No damage onto him yet. Not going to be able to get that knock. I can't believe Badger's going to be able to get away from this situation as the rest of Rise go for a little bit of a drive-by. How damaged is your vehicle, sir? And it looks like it is definitely below half HP, but he is, in fact, going to get away. Just a little bit of flames licking from underneath the hood. No, that's okay, right? All of the lights are on. Does that mean my car should be fixed? But he's going to go on ahead, continue on, get with the rest of his team, be fine. And, I mean, it happens. I definitely feel like that should have been a nice point on the board for Rise Esports there, but hopefully they'll be able to go on ahead and make up for it later on in the game. Oh no. It does look like Rahel, though, for Vertigo, interested in all the shooting that was happening over here, ended up pushing on over, getting a knock onto Marked so far. It looks like they're also deciding to ruin their game a little bit by popping their tires. Can't make a good rotation if you don't have tires on your car, right? Go ahead and zoom out, see where these guys are in. Once again, it looks like Hades for Axewound is actually super spread out from the rest of his team, as STR is now making their rotation in. Gascans actually decided to make a split with multiple compounds here. They can do this. So we've mentioned before, if as long as you're there before and you strongly hold your ground, you don't get crashed on, like, perfect. 2-2 splits, definitely worth it. They just have to know exactly when the zone is too small to condense. So honestly, on this next zone shift, I wouldn't be surprised if they have to condense. For right now, they're probably fine. Everybody else now, though, getting closer and closer. I mean, you can even see Underrated here pulling up on the direct other side of the road from Epic Flank. It looks like Brandon, he ended up pushing on out here to go to this shack to try and watch Underrated. Oh, I think that crash was about to come through, but they ended up shooting him back a little bit too early. Sometimes when a crash is coming into play, it's better actually to let them come a little bit too close so then you can spray them, and then it's usually too late for them to be able to go on ahead and get out of there. After healing on up, it looks like they're going to grab their vehicles, continue on the rotation, probably continue on up, grab this church, grab this huge hill. We'll end up seeing. It does look like Slappers is in fact going very far northern rotate, probably going to end up here. Are you DC'd? Is that what's happening? Oh no, you're not. He's just figuring out his loot, I guess. That was confusing. Ooh, this doesn't look too good for Throwback because either they're currently Z-keying their way on in, but they're in between two teams right now, and that is going to be Nutters and Rise. Unfortunately, their vehicle did just make some noise, so I wouldn't be surprised if Nutters heard that, but instantly grabbing their vehicle back and making the rotation. Nutters did in fact hear that pan kill, doing some damage onto the hood of the vehicle, but they are going to get away. Continue on with the rotation, probably going to go ahead and take the spot on these rocks. Have to be careful for Rise Esports here. You can see that Warstorm definitely hears them from afar, but probably taking that shack all the way up there. They are in fact taking the shack. And here we go. A few more teams need to get into zone before everybody is successfully in. But it looks like, oh, it looks like Rare Chemistry and Orion are actually just about to butt heads here. Gascans making the first move, driving right up to Rare Chemistry. Seems like now they've realized trying to pull off of this. Let's see if they're going to be able to do any damage. And no, it looks like Constant and Snake Eyes weren't able to do so. They did successfully get back over the LOS cover of that hill, breaking it. Uh-oh. So it also does look like Throwback was not happy with their original spot, tried making a rotation to the northern side of this rock, and it instantly attracted the attention of at least 3 other teams. We saw how many lines were going towards their direction. I mean, 2 other teams, and that's Underrated and Rise. I think Underrated, I don't know if this was intentional, but they actually have a huge 2-2 split here. Tadine and Palix down here in the southern compound, and then Firefire and Hitman on the northern side. I mean, they're probably doing this on purpose for right when this zone is about to close. Let's go ahead and zoom out and take a look at this right before it pops. We can see Slappers are finally in too, and it's pulling to the northern side. That's a very nice spot for them up there. They're going to continue on with the rotation and try and get further. Orion here actually driving right between Vertigo. They are going to take a little bit of damage, but not enough for it to be fatal. Vertigo missing out on those kills, and now another team is in front of them, and that is just going to make the rotation even harder. It does look like a lot of this space still is free, so everybody now absolutely sending it to try and find a place to play. Yep, this is the time where Gascans are in fact condensing, but maybe not because the zone was too small, but because both of the spots from their 2-2 split were too far away from inside zone. I mean, one of them was on the very edge. So now they have this compound in the smack dab center. Here comes Orion though. Let's go ahead and take a look at what Broke Status is doing. He's heading the pack. Are they going to crash into the same position? Oh, Oldless. They're going for a sweet swap here. He is in fact going to get it. 1 HP though is going to instantly be traded out. And it doesn't look like the rest of this team is going to be able to see where the Gascans are. Skazka and SKSK trying to play here. Spawning out Adam. SKSK is going to get it. Oh my goodness. And now Nikos and Honey Badger trying to push onto this as the flushes are coming into play. A 2v2 situation here. Let's see what comes of it. Skazka still trying to do damage. Oh, SK getting another knock on a Honey Badger, meaning it's just 1 left, and it's going to be Nikos versus SK and the other member. Oh my god, we can see Adam slowly bleeding out. I mean, that was just a massive crash coming out of Orion onto Gascan's position. They did not expect that at all in the drive-by. Those drive-by situation, those trades were insane. Nikos actually using that window to his advantage, spotting out Skazka on the balcony and getting the knock. Means it's down to a 1v1. I did not think this could get any tenser, but it definitely just did. Here we go, Nikos using that util to blind him out. It working. He tried spraying blindly, but SK unable to go ahead and finish that out. Is going to have Orion eliminated in 14th place. Guadalajara Gascans, though, now at 1 person up. It looks like Nikos was actually the person that got all 4 of the kills, but he's going to be unable to go and meet up with his teammate Adam, as there he goes and out. Yep, I think he tried grabbing that vehicle to meet up with him, but it was too late. Now Nikos is going to play as a solo in that very center compound. Gascans no longer in a super strong position, but Nikos as a solo, if he's sneaky enough, will be able to sneak his way on up to some placement points potentially. It looks like Netters ended up putting themselves smack dab in the middle of a sticky situation. Epic flank and Throwback getting involved. I mean, even from behind, Jam is down to 16 HP. Valley probably about to see him as he's crossing the road. And that is it. Valley did in fact see him. Nutters eliminated. Now this fight between EF and Throwback can continue. Brandon Heat currently dead. That means it's just down to Dr. Claw and Badger X. And it looks like not wanting to get involved anymore. They're trying to back on out of here. And that is going to be it. They're going to go on ahead, grab the hardcover, and play from there. We can say that there is a fight between BNL and Rare Chemistry. A nade coming into play. We're now looking at the perspective of Enan. I mean, I've watched this guy in scrims for a while now, and he's been absolutely nuts. Let's see what he's going to be able to do here on Rare Chemistry with this wide spread. I'm a little bit worried from him getting shot from afar, though, with all the teams around him, and just on cue, the bullets coming from the northern side. Ooh, Paradox inside the shack, though. Looks like Gats might need to try and pull on up to help out his teammate. Trax is just trying to play the just on the inside of this, though. Oh, that nade would have been beautiful if he tossed it right inside the smoke. Enan definitely aware of the positioning here. Looks like he's now on the other side of this shack. Paradox hearing it, currently blind. Will his teammates be able to help him? The answer is no, and Paradox is taken out, and that means it is just Constant left, currently getting the res onto Snake Eyes after being downed. BNL, I mean, that was so close. Enan was very low, like around 10 HP, maybe lower even. The rest of them pausing to heal, as well as they're trying to fight for this top mountain position. Whoever gets this top mountain position will be able to try and watch from Azhar and the southern parts. They'll just have to be careful from people trying to make rotations once this next zone shift happens. If either of this thing goes very far to the north, to the south, or to the east, like some of these teams could try and make a rotation on behind them. Slapper's still alive, actually, not inside zone, making a huge rotation here. They're all still 4 up, and it looks like they don't like it on the northern side anymore, so they're going to change it up, drive all the way to the south, and probably pull in where Underrated is. But let's go ahead and watch this push from Barely Not Legal onto the last 2 members of Rare Chemistry. Snake Eyes and Constant last up. All those nades doing lots of damage. The spray coming onto Snake Eyes, getting the damage. Just Constant left. They're going to pushing together. Will he be able to do anything here? He is spotted out. And with that, Rare Chemistry is eliminated. It looks like he was able to do at least half damage onto Richie B, but that is going to be it. BNL now with 4 kills. They did in fact lose out on Wade's, but they have the center. They have this very tall mountain to themselves. It does look like actually there is a team, in fact, rotating on behind them, and that's going to be Axewound. And they're definitely going to have to be careful from their positioning here. It already looks like Locke is kind of getting a bit interested. BNL probably only going to have to lay down prone in their small bowl. Let's watch as this slowly is going to close. Oh, it actually looks like Hambino spotting out one of the Underrated members, getting the flush onto him as well. Teammate spotting out Firefighter at the shack, calling it out to Hambino, doing a lot of damage to him, hitting him at least 2 times there. And spotting out someone in the meantime. Siler's actually going for a drive-by into Firefight. Is going to get the knock with the headshot using the M4. This drive-by meta, it's just absolutely, it's nuts. It's dirty, man. I mean, like, drive-bying, like, why wouldn't you do it? It's so strong. It's so strong. And honestly, it's pretty amusing to watch as well, but it's so strong, man. So that is how Slappers are going to go on ahead and pick up those kills. They're still outside zone. How many kills do they have, though? They have those 2. So that is the start. They definitely had a lot of kills last game, even though I don't think they ended in top 3. But definitely a lot of kills. Let's go ahead and see what else is going to happen here. Venerated for Throwback, actually getting a knock onto one of the Vertigo members. Tossing a little bit of a nade to try and flush him out. And it looks like they're going to have to fight the rest of Vertigo to try and get into the zone here. on the side of this mountain, though. I mean, you can even see from Venerator's position, looks like Rise is at the compound to the top east. They might get involved, so they have to be careful with their lines of sight. Go ahead and take a look at from Sambuca's perspective. Ooh, a nade coming in from Vegas is going to do a lot of damage onto him, taking down to 44 HP as he's now trying to go and, ooh, rotate off of that. But Rahel, wait, Valiate is there. I was going to say Rahel's on his team. That was a very confusing angle. It's Valiate from this angle. It's going to get the down. Same with Rahel with those nice mini shots into him. This is where the aggressive push is going to come into play. Clean is the last one alive. Try to push on over to help, and realizing is going to go back into the compound. And here comes the crash from Slappers onto Rise's position. Clearly seems they got two knocks. It's just down to Fox. Matthias, Korsak, and Hambino spotted him out, and that is going to be it. Rise Esports NA eliminated in 11th. They now have 5 kills, and they're just on the edge of zone. They can go ahead, play up on top of this hill here, look around, see where they want to be able to play, and use those vehicles to make those rotations. Oh. It looks like Guadalajara Gascans was finally spotted out by Silverline Esports inside Azahar. Where exactly was he? But he will be spotted out and taken down, so that's going to be the end of him. Oh, there he was. He was up on top of this cylinder, fighting with Underrated. It looks like if Silverline didn't do it, they would have. So now they're continuing on with their rotation. Once again, zone pushing over to the western side here. And it looks like Epic Flank. It's just down to Dr. Claw is going to crash into this one compound inside of zone and be as careful as possible. I mean, just rat it up, you know? Just try and surprise attack. It looks like BNL gaining on the rotations of Underrated. Getting the kill into Hitman means it's just down to Palix currently using his vehicle, attempting to use his vehicle as any sort of cover, but here comes Slappers now peeking on over. Are they going for a car drive as well? The answer is yes. Korsak being the first one to go on ahead and send it on over. Spinning out a little bit in the Murado. Is BNL going to shoot at this at all? It looks like they are in fact shooting at the vehicles as they make their rotations. Silers actually, wait, Silers runs over Hambino and he gets flushed out by Gats. What happened here? Did he jump out of the vehicle? Did the vehicle, did it flip? Oh, and with that, Red Rider NA is also going to spot out Silers. So that's going to be 2 of the SLAP members taken down, and the rest of them, Korsak and Simply Matthias, are currently sandwiched between 2 members of BNL and the entirety of Silverline. Oh, but there we go. He ends up falling on down. Let's go ahead and see what Richie B and teammate are doing. Just absolute mini chaos spray on them. Another vehicle going for a little bit of a roll there, meaning they only have 1 left. I wouldn't be surprised if all of their tires are popped. Oh, a nade coming into play from Palix, getting a knock onto Korsak, but a trade nade. Simply Matthias drops it right on top of Palix, and Underrated are dead. I guess they saw that vehicle and they realized somebody was there, so they tried crashing as soon as possible. And here comes the rest of Silverline not wanting this to happen, or slowly pushing on up to the position of barely not legal. Taking it very, very slowly though. Who do you think is going to be prepared? Right now on the minimap, it kind of looks like Barely Not Legal isn't even looking in their direction. With those stuns, they're definitely aware now. Here we go. Will this fight be aggressive? Here comes some nades. It's going to go a little bit too far. With a little bit of a flank. Might see them in the sides here. Spotting out Richie B doing some damage to him. Trying to get the down. Ends up doing a lot more damage. Still no knock is coming into play. It's going to be G-Price that gets it. The flush coming out. Gats getting down as well from G-Price's Molotov. The kill confirms coming into play. We can see the Slappers trying to get involved with the Silverline fight, throwing as many nades as possible towards FICO, but on the western side is a fight between Throwback and Axewounds. We see 2 of the Axewounds are currently knocked. All of Throwback still up. Oh, there's more. SDR from the north is also getting involved on the Axewound fight too. Cookie James, I think, is the only one left. He is. Here we go. G Price with that SLR is going to get a knock onto Simply Matthias. Now chucking as many util Molotovs down below to try and catch Corsac on fire. Unfortunately, the extent of the dip is too big. So Corsac will, in fact, be fine for now. Still have to make the rotation in, though. Looks like barely not legal at the same time. There's only one up. And it looks like he was just eliminated from SDR. He was playing the low side of this hill. I feel like Silverline and San Diego Rarity should go ahead and play over there. Oop. And with that, Brutal getting the last brand of Corsac that with the headshot is going to take out Slappers only. We have 5 teams left. I don't know if you're going to be able to get that res at phase 6, my guy. But it looks like they're trying anyway. Is it slow enough? No, I don't even think so. Yeah, no. Red Rider now making a run for it. I don't think you can get up there either now from this side. Oh, he takes fall damage. Get inside. Get inside. He's gonna have to go on ahead and roll around here, make his own overlays, something like that. I like what Innate is doing here. So okay, something I haven't pointed out yet is actually SDR is slowly, it's spread out on this huge northern side here. Innate playing a little bit of a spoiler position, trying to wait for Silverline to come in if he was, but it does in fact look like... Uh-oh. Hello? There we go. I was wondering if I was going to come back, otherwise I was going to kill the game, but it looks like I'm fine. You know, that packet last beautiful thing happens every once in a while. It wouldn't be a perfect game without it, you know? But anyway, looks like SDR with a beautiful split all on the northern side here is just absolutely insane. Innate was trying to hold out the rest of Silverline, but they ended up having to make a rotation to the southern side, especially because Red Rider couldn't get up from there. And now they're trying to focus on making sure this compound is clear, but they don't know exactly where Dr. Claw for Epic Flank is. While that is going to go on ahead and clean up on the southern side, it looks like SDR as a 4-man is going to go on ahead and fight Throwback as a 4-man. Let's go ahead and see how many kills they have so far. Throwback so far with 10 kills on their name, and SDR currently with 2 kills. We'll end up seeing what happens. Here comes the zone shift as well, and it is going to center actually perfectly. It does look like Throwback is a little bit further inside of the zone than SDR is, but we'll see if that might change soon and if the fight is going to change that very shortly. Looks like they're both very aware of each other's presence here. Both just sharing the same hill, but on the opposite sides. Oop, some nades coming into play. Lynxy tossing that one, landing directly beside Lucid Freak, but not close enough to do damage. Once again, zone now moving, restricting, slowly pulling these guys closer together. That is literally the main mechanic of the game. Let's see. Ooh, does Dr. Claw see them? Dr. Claw, this is your time. You're getting a little bit too close. Go for the spray transfer. He sees both Brutal and Red Rider for Silverline. He goes for it with the barrel. He gets the knock on 1. He trains the gun. Ooh. And Epic Flank is eliminated in 4th. He even traded his weapon. Red Rider, though, only at 53 HP. He was taken down. I thought he did a lot more damage there. But that is going to be it. Wow, wow, wow. I will say, I don't know what attachments he had on his gun, but Barrel, man, I dislike Barrel so much. If that was an M4, I know for sure I would have been able to accomplish that. Very, very, very good efforts on that, though. He knew exactly what he needed to do. He tried for it. And honestly, in situations like that, even if you don't get it, now you at least tried, and now you know what you can practice on to get better. That's exactly the whole point of playing PUBG, playing scrims, playing tournaments, is to get better on those areas. So that I just love how competitive this game is. I mean, gameplay, macro-wise, micro-wise. Anyway, it looks like, oh no, it looks like the last remaining Silverline members have caught the attention of both of these four-man teams. You can see Innate going and picking up one kill onto Rarity. It's going to be Brutal left. Oh no, Vegas actually stole it. And with that, they are going to be taken out as well. Now it is purely a 4v4 situation. TRB still with 12. SDR still with 2, unable to go on ahead and secure those kills. Nope, Deadeye spotting out Lynxy is going to get a chest shot onto him, taking down to 50 HP. You see Innate trying to go for a little bit of a wraparound. It looks like Valier is thinking of doing the same thing, so I'm kind of worried about this for him. If Innate doesn't pay attention to his left flank, he will get rotated on. There you go, spotting out Vegas, trying to do some damage onto him, getting a headshot. I wonder if Valiant was able to call him out, but here he comes with that 2x M4, about to spot up Innate waiting for it, peeks him out, and because he has the ridge, he's able to go on ahead and get that cover, but he's traded out. Venerated gets the knock back. Deadeye now, though, pushing forward aggressively. It's still a 3v3 situation. Will they get the res on their teammate is the question. Oh, Lynxy spotting out Deadeye, trying to make this push. Stop turning this into 1v1s. Lucid Freak and Gwen Stacy try and play together. Oh, Lucid Freak unfortunately missing that spray into Lynxy there. Looks like he's trying to make some sort of rotation happen. I don't know if he could have actually gotten the res. Here you go, Gwen Stacy. Right when you overpeak, you're going to see 2 people, and that's going to be it. Lynxy taking down Gwen Stacy as well. It's just under Lucid Freak. He gets 1. There's still 3 up, though, as they got the res, but that is going to be it. Throwback wins our second to last game with 16 kills, 26-point game. That is just a massive kill game for Throwback there. Very well played. I mean, look how many kills they each have. Vegas with 5, Venerated and Valiant with 4, and then Lynxy with 3. I will say, I mean, all of their names start with V. I feel like I'm Lynxy needs to start with V. Any suggestions for a name change? I think it needs to happen. I mean, it's just how like it's like a dress code, name dress code for the team. But anyway, sorry, very, very well played. And now we have one more game left. We're going to end it on Miramar, and I will show the leaderboard very shortly after this break as we bring up the next lobby. Be right back, y'all.
get away from here. Let's get away from strangers found lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here. Strangers found lost in time with one another. The hourglass takes us further from here.
She said sometimes I just float away, fall asleep until the break of day. I wait for no one till I'm ready. Don't get me up, don't get me up, don't get me up till I'm awake. She says, son, it's time to start the day. Don't get me up, no, don't get me up till I'm awake. She says, son, it's time to start the day. Don't get me up, no, don't get me up till I'm awake. She looks back at me, taking her time, making me think. What did I do? What did I do? What did I say? City of light, city of night, baby, everything you're talking about feels like that. Run through my veins, run through my veins, run through my veins. She said sometimes I just float away, fall asleep until the break of day. I wait for no one till I'm ready. Don't get me up, don't get me up, don't get me up till I'm awake. She says, son, it's time to start the day. Don't get me up, no, don't get me up till I'm awake. She says, son, it's time to start the day. Don't get me up, no, don't get me up till I'm awake. City of light, city of night, baby, everything you're talking about feels like that. Run through my veins, run through my veins, run through my veins. City of light, city of night, baby, everything you're talking about feels like that. Run through my veins, run through my veins, run through my veins.
till sunrise. 'Cause I'm not gonna stay for a second last chance. But none of this seems right. What am I holding on to? None of this seems right. What am I holding on to? It could be a black or white, but wait till sunrise. 'Cause I'm not gonna stay for a second last chance. None of this seems right. What am I holding on
Hello, everybody. This is SpanCargo for the second to last time for qualifying rounds today. Just a reminder that this is Lobby D for round of 64 for the Spark series. Very excited to be here casting for y'all, and I'm hoping you guys are enjoying. Like I said before, we're going into our last game on Miramar once again, and then don't forget that we have the last 6 qualifying rounds tomorrow, also at 7 p.m. EST. Let's take a look at that leaderboard. So it looks like that is going to be our top leaderboard here for overall of 5 games. After 5 games here, Throwback now taking Guadalajara Gascans first place with 62 points. Guadalajara Gascans in second now with 61, going out that early game there, only having 1 up. Definitely hurt a lot. Slappers only in third with 48, then Barely Not Eagle 42, Nutters with 38, San Diego Rarity with 32, Vertigo with 26, and Underrated with 24. So again, top 8 is where these guys want to be. Definitely day 1, you want to set yourself up for success for the 6 games tomorrow. If you're not close to top 8 by the end of day 1, it's going to only be harder to make it in tomorrow. So let's go on ahead, take a look at our last plane path. Everybody's already going on ahead, jumping on out. We can see it starting. It's actually the reversed plane path that we had last game. Instead of starting down in Puerto and going to Oasis, it's Oasis going down to Puerto Priso. So, oh no, wait, or was it like that last time? Wait, is this the same exact zone? I think this is the same exact plane path. I guess we'll end up seeing if it's the same exact zone though, as everybody went on ahead and jumped out already. I mean, since it's like the same exact thing, I doubt that anybody's going to go on ahead and change up their drops now. Looks like Paradox LG for Rare Chemistry was trying to put shots in the direction of the dropping Orion, but was going to be unsuccessful. So there are a couple things that I want to talk about here really quickly as we look at this new zone. We can see it's going on ahead and actually centering just above Los Leones. Definitely a nicer circle than our last one that we just had, but the thing that I would like to talk about is the leaderboard. So in our top 8, there's actually a little bit of some interesting stuff happening here. You can actually see, if you guys do exclamation leaderboard, you guys can look at on with me as well. Slappers only currently in third with 48 points. That's very good. Guadalajara Gascans Throwback are in the 60s right now. Slappers only not too far away, honestly, with 48. Like, that could be closed. That gap could be closed within a game. But they have 41 kills. That 41 of their 48 points are kills, and they have 7 placement points. And then on the opposite hand, San Diego Rarity, currently in 6th place, has 10 kills and 22 placement points. I think that is the most placement points out of all the teams. It is actually. After that is Throwback and Gascans with 21 each. So very different styles of gameplay. If only Gascans and SDR could kind of like make a little bit of a switch there, that would definitely be interesting to see. Wait, I just saw someone die. What was that? I was looking at the leaderboard. Ooh. I think, did SDR just kill someone? Oh no, Gascans killed someone, didn't they? Yep, Parmesan, poor Parmesan army here for Axewound just died. 2 Gascans. Oldest with the 1 point. I guess that fits perfectly with the conversation that we were just having. Not going to lie. With the kills and stuff. I mean, some of these teams definitely are more aggressive than others. Slapper's definitely getting a lot of kills. It's absolutely insane. Gascans, I mean, usually I see really aggressive plays coming out of them, so it's actually interesting to see them go and punish someone that landed near them on this first day. Going on ahead and trying to go and even it on up. With that 1 kill, they're already even with Throwback right above them, so it looks like they can go on ahead and play the rest of this game to see what happens. Didn't have to work too hard to get that point. Definitely sneaky and well played on their part. Axewound, though, having to play out the rest of the game as a 3-man is going to be, it's going to hurt, basically. The influx to the center has now occurred. We can see that Epic Flank is actually in a huge 2-2 split, 2 of which are over here by this compound that Rise is kind of pulling up on. We can see Fox right now inside this big dip, hearing the vehicles pull up. It seems he's just going to go ahead and chill out for now. It doesn't know how many people are inside this compound now. The other side of Bandita Bowl is the rest of Epic Flank holding onto these other 2 compounds. Honestly, I feel like this is too big of a split, and I feel like they're going to be punished. And on that note, maybe they realized Epic Flank is going to go on ahead and drive on over to meet up. They drove into the massive bowl. I'm actually surprised they were able to get out of there with a Murata. But they were able to. Now, if Rise went on ahead, heard that vehicle leaving, it looks like the rest of them pulling on up. They're going to go on ahead, backfill that, and take that compound as their own. Get a little bit of the Bandita Bowl action from up there. They can definitely see a lot of stuff. Oh, and speaking of a lot of stuff, it looks like Vertigo has already sent 2 members, Rahel and Sambuca, over here, and are peeking right onto Epic Flank. Did Noel see them is the question. Oh, Sambuca immediately with those headshots. Vertigo are going to go ahead and secure their first kill. Noel down and flushed out in a matter of seconds. Brandon now trying to do damage to the rest of them. Not going to hit them just yet. Where's the rest of Vertigo? Looks like they were distracting from the other side of this field here. And it looks like they're going to continue on the rotation up Bandita Hill. The rest of the teammates now meeting up with them. Ooh, they're actually going on ahead and crashing onto this compound. They can probably push this very aggressively where Brandon Heat currently is. First of all, M Clean has to go on ahead and heal on up after Brandon Heat took him down to half HP using his mini. There, very nice hits onto him with that mini. Were those headshots probably? No, they were vest shots, so very interesting there. You can see everybody else slowly moving to the center. I mean, Rise with an interesting split. We can see Nutters actually with a really interesting split as well. The question is, will they go out and be involved? It looks like Pancake kind of wants to. Now running out in the field. Yeah, he wants to get involved. Let's see if he'll be able to go on ahead and pick some of these guys up here. But as for everybody else, let's zoom on back out. Everybody making their rotations in. Everybody on the southern side, inside zone. The only super hard contention is happening up here. Oh, and Gascans holding out these rotations. It looks like Honey Badger and Adam are going to take out Lucid Freak and Deadeye. It looks like Innate now stuck in this field trying to go on ahead and sneak his way around at this rock. Heal on up. But Adam with these nades, is that going to be it? It's not going to be it, but it is going to be a lot of damage. It looks like Gwen Stacy is going to be the only one that actually gets out of here. And now he's going to have to play the rest of this game as a solo. Gascans, I mean, they saw all of these teams go up to their northern spot, and they knew that if they held this road, that 2 teams were going to come near them, and that is true. Spotting out Axewound and SDR. I wonder if they were mainly trying to get Axewound and then SDR came through and then they shifted that focus onto the road and it clearly worked out for them. 2 points on that. It seems like Axewound ended up potentially picking up the other points. How many kills do you have? Yeah, Locke has 1 kill right now. So I feel like Locke has 1 of the kills onto SDR. I don't think N8 is really able to do anything here. Vehicle flipped only at a rock and a very small thing of smoke. Nade going by once more. And now he's getting shot at by somebody else. 1 HP as well. Just 1 bullet could do it, but Honey Badger is going to secure it with that nade. Unfortunately, Gwen Stacy it's definitely the last one up for San Diego Rarity. You can see that he's kind of making a rotation up to San Martin from in there. He's going to have to try and play something sneaky, quiet for a while so no one can find him and he can get them some placement points. I mean, SDR, I mean, we were just talking about it, definitely good at securing those placement points, so try and continue that, stay alive for now. And I mean, they're in 6th place, so that is definitely a nice place to be after day 1. So tomorrow when they come back, they could just come back stronger, honestly, come back and still even play, even potentially just play the same way and still qualify, which would just be a great deal. Top 8 for these teams to get in here. It looks like all of Epic Flank ended up going and condensing to this 1 compound now after Vertigo went on ahead, took out one of their members and crashed onto them. Looks like the rest of Axewound made it inside of zone successfully, all 3 of them trying to loot out this compound a little bit, it seems, and Gascans are now slowly moving in. The zone is about to pop. Let's go ahead and see where it's going to end up going. And it is going to kind of go to the center. It's off center over to the eastern side. Bandita is in the center here. Let's go ahead and zoom in and see what's going to happen here. Where are these teams going to be making their big rotations? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if these guys on the northern side tried making big rotations over to the east. And same with these other guys on the far western side. Or at least from there, they know that they can make these rotations. There's going to be barely anybody over there. I can't even see that team's name. It looks like Jam from Nutter spotting out somebody inside Minas. It's actually Rare Chemistry. Rare Chemistry currently in a fight with Slappers, Hambino, and Silers getting the down and flush onto Snake Eyes, already turning this into a 4v3 situation for themselves. You see Scott Shock trying to hold a little bit of a different angle on this very long fence. The thing is, he doesn't have hard cover there, so I'm a little bit worried. And the other 2 are stuck in those small 1-stories on the southern side. The rest of these guys now making their rotations on in. Where are you? Looks like simply the size for Slappers only was kind of on the other side of the road here. You might be able to go on ahead and shoot Rare in the back. You see Constant made a rotation over here with the vehicle, but now he's completely open to that side. And there goes the shots. Sympathize now trying to shoot at Constant, doing a little bit of damage, actually taking him down to 68 HP, but going to be fine for now. You can see in the distance that Ryan are actually fighting. Oh. It looks like SJR went on ahead and tried to crash into Bandita, but Vertigo has been here this entire time. Now they have 2 kills. They can continue focusing on Epic Flank. Scott Shock, though, getting a knock on Hambino is now sandwiched. Silers and teammate pinching him on this long fence. Corsac, Silers and Corsac going to take him out. The Smoke's coming up onto Hambino. I don't think that the flush is going to be possible. So now Constant and Paradox LG are the last two up for Rare Chemistry. You can see Corsac, ooh, getting shot at from afar, but spotting out Constant here. Is still continuing on with these fights. Siler's also taken down by Paradox LG here. Getting shot in the back though from Vertigo. Has to be careful if you can push on forward, get the flushes on the kills. They'll make it so that they can't get any of these reses. Looks like Corsac currently successfully getting the res onto Hambino though is going to completely take back their progress. That's not who I wanted to click on. There we go. He's now moved positions at a higher position. He now has a lot of a bird's eye advantage basically here. Tossing out one of those nades to see if that's going to do anything. It is not. None of these are. It looks like Hambino trying to save Silas a little bit, throwing out some smokes. Paradox LG was taken out at some point as well, so it really is just Constant left. Looks like he wanted more nades and such, so he went around and looted those, and now Simply Matthias has joined up with Slappers once again, so now it's a 3v1 situation, and the kickers are outside of zone. So Constant now the solo for Rare Chemistry, still trying to fight all of Slappers. Oh no, Slappers! They didn't flush their down, so now they got the res on the Silers as well, so Slappers now are full up with 2 kills. Why didn't you flush? Flushing is so important in this game, like, so important. The thing is, you have to, okay, you do have to have the knowledge of whether or not you can make a successful flush. If you make a flush and that ends up killing you and taking you out of the game, that's not super successful. So there is a time and a place to flush, but usually you want to more than not to secure those kills. Looks like Orion going ahead and crashing onto the position with Vertigo is going to get one down at least onto... I didn't even see who that was. Onto Red Hell. Looks like Sambuco is taken down as well, but both Broke and Skaska are taken down. So that means it's going to be a 2v1 situation. We can see in the distance Epic Flank trying to get involved too. Now inside this very broken building, trying to watch out for all these nades laying directly on him. And so though he's going to make it outside of the building, that nade not cooked entirely perfect. If he just throws one Molotov, he could stop this res from happening, but he obviously doesn't know exactly where it is. Oh, there it is! Guess not gonna red hell. Pino's taken down from afar, and now it's a 1v1, and Asu is going to win it. Vertigo is eliminated in 13th place here. Orion with 4 kills, and he could potentially go and get the res onto Broke status since he's only on his first knock. That push over from Epic Flank definitely helped Orion out a lot, but speaking of them, they're actually trying to make the rotation on over to continue the fighting. They want these kills as well. It doesn't just stop at 1. Honey Badger though pulling on up. He might peek on over and spot them rezzing. Looks like he's not going to, though. Kind of going back to where his teammates are. Needs to be careful because Axewound is in the compound directly beside him. The zone is very, very close to closing once again. Looks like Slappers ended up leaving top Minas, going to normal Minas, and Constant was able to rotate away. It's not worth it to chase down a solo, especially if you don't know exactly where he is. That can result in you like losing some team members. So it looks like Slapper's not wanting to deal with that. Decided to go on ahead, leave, play out the rest of the game. And with that, they are going to have to make a rotation because the zone pulling off of Minas is very southern. Oh, but with the spotting out Corsac for Slappers, instantly get our top 2 teams here are in an altercation. Corsac currently down. Gascans still all 4 up. Let's see if that Molotov is in fact going to finish him up. It doesn't seem like it. He is on the rock, not that vehicle. And it looks like Simply Matthias actually spotting out Nikos. Almost a perfectly placed nade. If it went a little bit further, it didn't end on the other side of the fence. That definitely would have done a ton of damage. the rest of the slappers. I don't know if they're going to be able to get Corsac. It does in fact look like the first knock, but here comes Nikos on this rotation. Probably going to end up flushing him out while trying to spot out the rest of slappers. And it looks like slappers are going to go on ahead and prioritize their rotation. So sometimes when you're fighting in blue, I mean, you just know, like, there's no point in attempting this. We should rather get into side zone, get a little bit of a better advantage. That's exactly what they're doing, and I think they hear Honey Badger suppress a mini over here as they pull up onto the side. Honey Badger was getting it down onto one of the Axewound members, but now he going ahead and shift his attention to slappers, who are actually sharing a little bit of a scarier piece of terrain onto him. They're sharing the same exact hill and they're above him. It doesn't seem like they actually heard the suppressed mini shots. Maybe the vehicles were too loud, none of them are looking to see where exactly Honey Badger is. And here comes his teammate spotting outside. Honey Badger is going to get the down onto him. The rest of the slappers now realizing that their enemies are directly below them, trying to see what they're going to do, but Hambino and Simply Matthias, being blinded, are just going to have to wait on the other side for now. As for the southeast, though, Rise and Silverline Esports in a fight. I feel like they've been in quite a few fights here. Silverline is down to 3 members. It looks like Rise is down to 2. They're backing up right now to try and heal as they're super hurt here. Mark slowly going on ahead and bleeding out, actually. Is not going to continue that fight for now. It looks like as well Slappers is going to be taken out in 11th place, kind of pinched between Gascans and Axewound at that point, probably being shot from far as well. So Gascans are going to stay alive just inside the zone. Zone closing is going to go ahead center around Throwback. All these fights on the surrounding edges have to finish off. I mean, I don't think Underrated and Nutters can live in the same area down here as well, so all this fighting is going to have to come to an end very, very soon. Gascans are going to have to push towards Axewound, and Silverline Esports are just going to have to push Rise. I mean, I wonder, do they know that they have the man advantage? Did they get those 2 kills? It looks like they only have 1 kill. So maybe they think Rise still has 3 up instead of 2. Rare Chemistry also eliminated. They were in the center here, taken down right now. There they are. And now it looks like they're trying to get involved elsewhere, striking some shots towards Axewound and Gascans. Locke is the only one left trying to fight Adam, and he takes him very low, but it's not going to be enough. Guadalajara Gascans took out Axewound in 9th. Adam now healing on up, has 9 total kills. That's absolutely insane. There you go. You can see Silverline now making a rotation around Rise. Rise trying to back up off of this to be able to play something. And that is going to be all the movement that Rise needs. Pushing up into this bull behind the compound. I mean, they need to get inside of the zone, and this is the first step. They might spot out Red Riot. The thing is, we can see in the distance on that mini feed, on that mini map, that Gascans is now there, spotting out Brutal, getting the knock onto him. Moratorium is going to spot out Red Rider. That means it's only down to Fico left for Silverline Esports. Very low helmets. And it seems like he's currently medding on up. He knows he's going to have to go ahead and push on in very aggressively. Moratorium also taken down. Just leaves Fox to try and get the cover using this land. And it's going to get there. There we go. Fico could definitely come on over and mess this up for them, though. You can see Gaskin's definitely interested in trying to get these kills. Let's go take a look on the southern part. You can see the Underrated here using a bunch of these bulls to their advantage to try and be holding ridges against their enemies. And it looks like the bulls are big enough so that Nutters can also be sharing the southern parts. Pressing the wrong button. Ooh. Also be sharing the southern part right next to them. I don't think Throwback can really do anything from this position because everybody is completely surrounding them. It does look like they have at least 2 kills, though. Oh, and that's it. Esports Rise Esports, sorry, is eliminated in 8th, and Silverline Esports will be eliminated in 7th. That's the starting replacement point. That's going to be 1 and 2 points respectively. Gascans, on the other hand, currently have 12, and we'll end up seeing what placements they get. 16 still up yet. What? 16 still up though. Let's see what is going to happen here. Gascans will be able to go ahead and play that very edge of this Bendita Hill for a while. Try and push up onto this road and spot out where underrated are. Maybe shoot at netters from afar. But it really depends on where this next zone is going to go. Definitely interested in see what's happening here. Oh, they're just sweeping. They're just sweeping. Guadalajara Gascans, they just want all the kills they can get. We can see that they're actually being crashed on, though. Currently, Aguila got the knock on a Hitman, but Nikos went ahead and stole that. Gascan now has 13 kills. They're just absolutely just taking everything. I feel like they're pretty good at that. You see Palix now a little bit worried about their edge. He's about to run face first into a Honey Badger. Yep, and there it is with that barrel. He's going to get downed. It's now down to Firefighter versus all of Gascans, and I think he's very, very aware of that fact. Currently now hiding at this hiding at this car. This is exactly what he needed, honestly, to get the distraction on the Gascans, stealing that knock from them right there. Unfortunately, Gascans are still going to focus on it as Nutters continue on with the rotation past, and they got 2 of these kills. Oldest is taken down as well, but Gascans still have 3 up with 16 current kills, and this is where Throwback, they want these kills. Spotting at Jam, gonna go on ahead and take it. There's just 1 member of Nutters left. No! Nikos is gonna get it with that mini pan kill, taking out Nutters is eliminated in 5th, revealing our top 4 for our last game of day 1 of round of 64 qualifiers for Lobby D. That is a mouthful. Let's go ahead and take a look at all their positioning. We can see that 2 of them are on the very southern side, a 4-man and a 3-man, and then the others are on the far north, a 3-man and a 2-man. Let's take a look at what they have right now. Barely Not Legal with 3 up and 5 kills, next to Orion with 2 up and 4 kills. It looks like they know exactly where Enan is. They're doing a lot of damage to him right now, but he has some Molotovs and some smokes and some stones, and that's about it. No nades. It doesn't look like that one's going to go anywhere either. Actually landing inside the next building. They're all outside of zone. We can see Orion is trying to make a movement to get in now, but so is BNL. Ooh, I actually like this push out. You see Throwback here realizing that the position they have is trying to push aggressively onto Gascans, but it looks like Nikos is going to stop the push from Valiate with that nade getting the knock. Vegas still pushed up here trying to spot anybody as well. Currently they're inside that dip. We can see that the others from afar are trying to shoot. Lynxy trying to provide over cover as his teammate is getting rezzed. Spotting out Nikos. Oh, doing a lot of damage to him. Will that nade go far enough? The answer is yes, actually. That nade is going to take out Valiant and get the knock onto Venerated. Vegas now has to run on over to try and get that res as he took out 1 of Gascan's. Adam currently down, leaving just... Wait. Nikos and Honey Badger. Wait, where? Oh my goodness, Honey Badger moved so far. I didn't even see him. Honey Badger is currently on the complete opposite side. He's trying to get an angle here, and it looks like it's working, doing a little bit of damage onto each other. Spotting out Lynxy as well, doing damage on top of that roof here. Looks like he's definitely playing there very quietly, and in the northern side, the fighting is continuing. It's starting up. So getting the first knock on Enan here now, trying to see what else they can do, throwing out some stuns. Richie B now trying to push around the corner. Will Asu be able to stop it? Face first into each other. It's going to be Richie B with that M4 that wins that fight with that headshots. Brokeside is now the last one up for Orion. Only has stuns. A lot of stuns coming on out on the plane. Wing actually is going to be Gats, who peeks on over and takes out Orion in 4. 3 teams left, all of which have 3 up. This will definitely be an interesting end game here. I feel like Throwback definitely has a hold on Nikos and Adam down here on the southern part, unless they make the rotation like Honey Badger just did. But here comes BNL. What will they be able to see here? What will they be able to affect? Will they spot Honey Badger? They're no longer stuck inside that bowl, so let's go ahead and take a look at what they try to look at first. Looks like right now they're just going on ahead and just hearing the sounds, kind of spreading out on the bowl, seeing what they can get involved in. Not really looking, but definitely using the audio. You can see some shots from the southern Gascans taking shots towards BNL, probably trying to dissuade them from peeking on over, especially from spotting out their teammate Honey Badger. With that zone, the next shift we can see that is going to be Throwback that has to push into this position, and I bet BNL can just look on over and stop all of it from happening. Go spotting out Nikos there on the little bit of ridge. Have they spotted out the rotation of TRB? Oh, Brandon Eagle Enan actually making a run for it. Is going to be shot by Vegas. And there it is, Gats also shooting at the other ones. So it seems like this is mainly going to be a fight of Barely Not Legal taking a lot of shots towards Team Throwback as they try and make this rotation. I don't know if it's going to be successful. Gascans realizing that the only way that Throwback can make a rotation into zone here is to hold this area. So get Honey Badger coming on back, actually sending Nikos on over there with the car. Oh no, or just adjusting it for now for some cover. Definitely a smart play. And I have a feeling the Throwback have to push straight on in. Will that go far enough? No. All these guys now just simply waiting. Not all of them are inside zone. Here we go. BNL using a smoke line to try and get into zone. You can see everybody else just absolutely spraying into it, trying to get all the kills that they can. Not quite working out just yet. Guadalajara Gascans taking their momentary distraction as an advantage. They're going to take some shots towards them. And here we go. Enan creeping on up is going to get a knock onto Lynxy. Let's see what else he's going to be able to do here. This is going to be the push over the Gascans definitely want in this situation. Vegas peeking on over though is going to take out Enan here. And that means it's just down to Gats for Barely Not Legal as Richie B was also taken down. And he's now just outside of zone. This is the final one. And there they are, finally eliminated. It's going to be Vegas that gets the kill. Still a 3v3 between Throwback and Gas. Vegas being the first one to push on over. Has Honey Badger right beside him to his left, but he's definitely not aware. All the stuns just completely bombarding everybody's ears here. Because Vegas is currently prone, Honey Badger currently can't see him. He does spot out Venerated though, now alerting all of them to his exact location. It does look like he has some stuns. He's going to use them and start making a little bit of a rotation to the right side. Or the, wait. Ooh, Adam looks like he's definitely interested in trying to go for a little bit of an above. Venerated is still crawling though. Oof. Honey Badger spotting out Lynxy from the northern side. Oh, Venerated almost got the knock on him, but all of Gas peeking at him and seeing them at the correct time are going to win our last game tonight with 21 kills. 21 kills plus the 10 points of placement points means it's a 31-point game for Gascans. You can basically guarantee that they've grabbed their first place spot back, and Honey Badger himself with 8 kills. Adam and Nikos with 5 each, and then Oldest with 3. That was an absolute nutty game for Gascans. It just pushed everything and killed everything. 21 kill game. Win. Okay. Well, with that excitement, don't go anywhere. I'll be back as soon as possible with the updated leaderboard. And yeah, I'll see you guys very, very shortly after this very short break. Hello, everybody. This is SpanCargo for the last time. Thank you guys so much for being here. I greatly appreciate you guys being here supporting these teams. It's just absolutely awesome to see, and thank you guys so much for supporting me. I definitely appreciate it big time, and I hope you guys enjoyed as per usual. But without further ado, let's go ahead and take a look at that leaderboard. First, let's start with the match that we just watched. Absolutely insane game for Guadalajara Gascans with a 31-point game. 21 of those points were kills. I mean, we can just look at the other kills for the rest of these teams. The next most amount of kills is 7 from Barely Not Legal. Guadalajara Gascans just absolutely went around and killed everything and everybody that they saw. But let's go ahead and take a look at that main leaderboard now. Yep, there they go. Taking first place back from Throwback with a total of 92 points. Throwback in second with 74. Barely Not Legal in third with 54. Slappers Only in fourth with 50. Nutters 42. Sandy Rarity with 32. Vertigo 29. Underrated with 27. That wraps up our top 8. But in ninth is Silverline Esports with 22. Axewound with 21. Orion 19. Epic Flank with 19. Rise Esports with 14 and Rare Chemistry with 8. So really well played games so far for our first day of round of 64 Lobby D. So just a reminder that you guys can go ahead and take a look at this leaderboard yourself. So exclamation point leaderboard, if you want to look at the lobbies and who else is streaming, do exclamation point lobbies. But otherwise, that is it for today. Again, I want to thank you guys so much for being here, and also, did you guys expect this outcome so far? I mean, a lot of exciting stuff has just happened. I did not expect anyone to go on ahead and drop a 21 kill bomb. I mean, I thought that the 16 kills from the game before was going to be around the maximum, so just super well played for Gascans. So from here, again, shout out to PUBG Spark Series. I'm so glad to be a community caster for this. I love casting PUBG. I hope you guys enjoyed as well. If you guys have any constructive criticism, please pop it in chat because I'm trying to get better. And then also a shout out to Torchlight Productions because they are the ones that is sponsoring all of this and doing all of the production. You'll see a lot more of that later on. Obviously, right now it's community casting. That's why you guys see a bunch of green because that is my stream theme. So yeah, if you guys could stick around for a little bit of a raid afterwards to support somebody else currently playing PUBG, that'd be sick. And otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow night on my channel at 7 p.m. EST for day 2 of round of 64 qualifiers. Go on ahead and hit that follow button so you don't miss it. And you can also follow me at SpanCargo on Twitter. You guys can follow Spark Series at Spark Series on Twitter as well. And catch you guys later. I hope you have a good day, night, evening, wherever you are. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.